Da, 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 da. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. This is Nathan Daly, you guys. I'm your law enforcement translator. Welcome, and happy New Year's, everyone. You know, this is my first video for the new year. You guys know I was down and out. I had that that Decepticon virus. You know, I'm not going to say any names, but I feel good. I feel so much better. I feel like a champion. So listen, you guys, welcome to everybody in the chat. You guys, I'm excited to have you. New beginnings is 2022. So much to talk about. We're going to cover a lot of things, you guys. Moving forward in the future, I'm all about solution-based, right? Arguments and discussions. Like everything at this point, you guys, we've heard it all, right? We know what the issues are with law enforcement. We know what the issues are with the people that law enforcement are serving. It's very simple. The question is, how do we fix it, right? So we're going to talk about these things. You know, this live stream today is about the sentencing of the McMichaels and William Roddy Bryant. So, you know, the judge did an amazing job. The prosecutor did an amazing job. You know, the defense, even with the McMichaels, actually made a very solid argument, you know, to their case in reference to how they should be sentenced. The attorney came with like this humbling approach. You know, they were very humble when they were talking to the judge. Hey, listen, Your Honor, can you show some grace? Can you show some grace because these guys aren't, you know, they did something completely horrible, but at the same time, they weren't malice-minded, you know? The judge was like, yeah, whatever, life without parole. I think the sentencing was fair. I think it was fair. And I think it sent a very powerful message. What is that message? Mind your business. You know, you're not a vigilante. Call the police. Let the police do their job. I think the prosecutor did an amazing job. She said something that was so interesting to me. I really want to cover on this live stream. Oh, let me get rid of this. Meantime, remove that. Before I dive into that, I just want to give a special shout out to all my new subscribers, you guys. Listen, congratulations. This is our channel, right? This channel has grown from like 1 to over 6,000. I believe we're at 6,010 subscribers. If you're new to the channel, welcome. You know, make yourself at home. Please subscribe. You guys hit the like button if you're in here. And I believe we have 63 people in so far. So let's see how these numbers go. I want you guys to come up and have a conversation. You guys, you know, I love to dialogue. I don't run from conversation. I don't run from uncomfortable topics. So I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful for the support. You know, you guys, this channel has amassed a group of people from all over this world. You know, people from Europe, Australia, Asia. You know, I think we have someone in here from like Russia. You know, we have it all. And I think it's a testament to how important this conversation is. People are watching us. People are watching this country. They want to see how we handle these issues that we continue to have. So the sentencing issues, life. Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, they got life without parole, as they should, right? As they should. What they did was horrendous. It was heinous, sinister. I think William Roddy Bryant got life with the possibility of parole. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. You know, one of the defense attorneys said that, you know, the prison is supposed to be about correcting bad behavior. But you guys, it doesn't work that way. You know, the criminal justice system stands for police, courts, and corrections. So when someone says corrections, they're saying, listen, by sending you here, your behavior is going to be corrected. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, oftentimes people go into prison and they come out worse than they were. What helps people get corrected? It's the family, it's friends, right? What institutions, what pillars do you have to help you up, to help? And a lot of times it's you as an individual. You have to introspectively go inside yourself and fix yourself. You know, the courts can only tell you what to do. They can only put you behind the bars, but The work that has to be done in order to be rehabilitated falls on you. It falls on you. There is no rehabilitation in the system, you guys. When you're in there, you're on your own. It sounds good in theory, but there is no corrective procedure that takes place in prison. That's why we have a lot of young men and women that come in and then come back out. They go in and come back out, and they're worse than they were. The defense attorney for Travis McMichael said, hey, give him a chance to change. Give him a chance. By you saying life without parole means that you just forsaken him. You forsaken him. You know, you guys, I did a video about the sentencing disparities when it comes to white and black people in this country. There's something about people look at black skin, they look at black people and say, listen, you can't be redeemed. You can't be redeemed. But they don't have that same outlook for people who have different color, right? This is why it's so important that we have people represent. Everyone needs representation in these areas of the criminal justice system, because you need someone to speak on your behalf. You know, I'm gonna dive into some of these comments, you guys. So put your questions up. Let's see what you guys are talking about. I know we just got started, but I love the conversation. Listen, don't be shy. You know, if you guys want to come up and talk, I would love to hear from you. Let's see. What do we have? I know. Yes, the death of Sidney Poitier. Rest in peace to Sidney Poitier. I mean, he's an icon. You know, he's an icon. The judge did annul a few charges. Pee Wee Matthews says, I want to thank the juries, prosecutors, and the judge for doing what was right by the law. My condolences to the victim. Yeah, you know, the prosecution shows exactly how these things should be done, right? Her team, those teams of prosecutors they're phenomenal. And I think they're a good representation of how a lot of our prosecutors should conduct themselves. The professionalism, you know, the sharpness, the knowledge, the wisdom that she showed on that stand, just, you know, very class, a lot of class. We need that. We need more professionalism. You know, that's what we're missing in all aspects of government. You know, when you see people who are professional, when you see people who take their job seriously, it kind of brings back this confidence, right? There's this confidence that gets restored. Matthew says, let's see. I like this. Holly Hendricks says, accountability is the word that comes to my mind today. Complete justice isn't possible, but this is probable. Yeah, so accountability is always key, no matter who you are. And I think, okay. Hello. Welcome, you guys, new faces. Accountability is key. And I think this is where we're lacking in so much in the criminal justice system. People want accountability. You can't just do what you want to do in life and then think there's no consequences, no matter how much money you have, no matter who you are, right? Let's see. Yeah, exactly. They didn't give him a chance when they chased him down. You know, this is the problem. The problem is we live in a society where people are stuck in the 1800s. They're stuck. We have pockets of communities in this country where people are living in the past. They're not here. They're not in 2022, you guys. They're still teaching the same ignorance of being passed down from generation to generation to generation. We still have places in this country called sundown towns. If you guys aren't familiar with that. Sundown town. A sundown town is a place where African Americans should not be when the sun goes down. These places still exist, you guys. You know, in my last stream, I was talking to a gentleman, he's a white male. He was a military veteran. I asked him about white privilege. Very interesting conversation. I let him talk. He talked about the ignorance that plagues a lot of communities in this country where people just are so oblivious. The prosecutor made an interesting statement. What did she say about the McMichael? She said they have no remorse. She said even in this very moment, they still think that they're justified, you guys. They still believe that they were right. There are people on YouTube who look like me, who have a massive platform, made a statement and said that the McMichaels were justified and said Ahmaud Arbery was wrong. You guys, listen, you can't make this up. There are people who agree with him. This is not about color, you guys. This is about ignorance. Ignorance is malignant. Ignorance is all consuming. This is the problem. People truly believe that the McMichaels were justified. People are still trying to say, hey, listen, these guys got an unfair shake. They can't even see that they were harassing someone. They couldn't, in their mind, they can't even fathom. They can't even put it together. You guys, we have people in our country that are lost. Completely lost. The power of perception to think that you are right when you are blatantly wrong. You act on your foolish ideas and ideologies. It's scary. It's scary. You know, the prosecutor made a statement and she said that this is something, and I say this about police officers, it has nothing to do with training, right? Training matters, right? Training matters. But what makes an officer an officer? Your training as an officer begins the moment you came out of that birth canal. That's when the training begins. People have to stop looking at it from that perspective. What makes an officer an officer? The training of an officer begins the moment they come out of that canal. Why do I say that, you guys? Because we're talking about people. Officers are just regular people who wear a uniform. If you want to see the character and understand the character of an officer, understand the character of a person, look at their life. Look who they associate with. Look who they surround themselves by. That's what determines a person. That's their substance. That's their core substance of who they are. When she's talking about the McMichael, she said, listen, this right here, this is a result of upbringing. This is a result of years of conditioning. They are in prison for life because of their conditioning. That's what she said. And I told you guys before, the sins of the father. Why do I say that? Because his father has doomed his son. His son didn't have enough common sense to recognize they were doing something completely wrong. They tried to justify it. The son and the father are in prison together for life. Whew. This is like one of those harsh Shakespearean plays. Conditioning, you guys. Conditioning. You know what we suffer from in this country? I was talking to a friend of mine about this. American entitlement. American entitlement. You know, I had a video we're talking about white privilege. I said, you guys, I don't really believe in I don't believe in it. I believe in white preference. I don't believe in white privilege. There's so much to talk about, you guys. There's so much to talk about. Perception, right? How people view someone based on their skin color, based on their actions, the assumptions people make. Why can't people just call the police and let the police do their job? What message did this send? What message did it send? People are salty. People are angry. Listen, you guys, you can't legislate love. You can't force somebody to love another person. You can't force someone to not be a racist. You just can't. The fact that we have the conversation is if someone can magically wave a wand and just say, hey, you guys, listen, we know racism is bad. No, mind your business. Don't put your hands on other people. Keep your words to yourself. I don't care if you don't like me. It's none of my business. I wasn't brought into this world for you to love me. I'm sorry. Who cares? Don't put your hands on me. Mind your business, right? You could be a racist. Who cares? It's a personal problem. I've had people say some racial slurs to me before, and I laughed and walked away. Don't put your hands on me, though. You understand? Don't put your hands on me. Mind your business. You know, this isn't your house. This isn't your house. You are now life in prison because you were doing something that had nothing to do with you. And not only that, you brought your son into it. Now your son has lost, your grandchild has lost a father. And now you're going to see this hate cycle repeat itself. All because people couldn't mind their business. Vigilantes, right? This is what happens when you start talking about defund the police. When officers stop showing up, officers don't answer 911 calls anymore. You force people now to take matters into their own hands, you guys. This is what it looks like. It looks like a bunch of hooligans running up and down the street, waving guns around, telling people what to do. There's a reason why society needs order, because without it, there's chaos. We can't get rid of the police because then we're going to have more of these McMichaels running around with their own ideology, their own sense of justice. Who taught them, though? We have people who are tasked with doing these jobs and they still can't do that correct. Why is that? Oh, yes, we got us someone joining the, I see you smiling. Listen, you guys, shout out to Gail at night. She's super amazing. She's a super moderator. Gail will be dropping the link, you guys, for you to come up and talk. I love to have you, you know. Hello, is it Andrea?
It is, all the way from the UK. I have to hold my headpiece because it's not very good, so I want to make sure everyone can hear me.
No, you're fine. Welcome all the way from the UK. I love you guys' accent, by the way. I'll try to practice it at home. So what you got for us, Andrea? What you have for us on the topic, on this situation?
Sorry, 1 second. I can't hear you again. I don't know if you can hear me. You've gone very low.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I think for me, the question I have, you touched on it, where you're saying the behavior is installed in them from growth. And in the UK, racism's very different than in the US. It's not so apparent. It's very sly. It's microaggression and things like that.
Okay.
And I just think the part that I find sad about the whole situation is, even though what these three did was terrible and it's disgusting, I put myself in their mindset of how they were raised, believing that this is correct, and them not even being able to understand what was wrong. Because when you're taught something from birth, how do you deprogram that out of a person? How do we move past this? The sentences and everything that's happening is great, but what stops it getting to that point? How do we break that cycle?
I think there's a couple of issues. One, it's a choice. It's a choice. And the thing is, they know what's going on. They know the conversations. A lot of times people don't want to change, right? They're not so oblivious that they know they're wrong. They know that their thought process and how they look at other people is wrong. And again, you're absolutely right when it comes to teaching, because this is where that thin line comes from. There's a couple things. There's a couple ways to look at it. You know the history of Black Americans, so we're not going to dive into it. But what we will say this, though, there's power in education. If you are in control of education, you can teach however and whatever you want to teach. This is the problem in this country, is that there's not a fair balance of teaching, of educating truth, right? The winners get to tell the story. That's how it works. It's like that all throughout history. The winners get to tell the story. So if you're the winner and you don't have a good heart and you're not willing to give an honest and a straight, direct view of what actually took place, so that the intention, what is the intention behind you teaching this message? What's the intentions behind you educating your people? There's power in division. There's power in ignorance. There's power in having people walk around thinking that they should hate each other or not love each other, because it's a form of control. So in this country that we live in, as beautiful as it markets itself, this is a beautiful country. But unfortunately, we have people in this country that have the wrong intentions. They don't want to see their people unified. They don't want to see their people coming together, because it threatens their control over the very people that they have fighting each other. And so it's up to us as individuals to help each other, because unfortunately, this country is not like other countries. This country is capitalist, right? In nature, everything is about capitalism. Everything's about money. And so what makes money makes sense to the people who are in control. That's where their priority is. Their priority isn't in unity. Their priority is not in fixing, right? And growing and building. It's about control. Unfortunately, I love this country, but I don't love the way they run the operation, because it's obvious. It's very obvious the way they do things. They're purposeful in the things that they do. And then what ends up happening, the people at the bottom of the totem pole, the regular everyday citizens that just want to live their life and enjoy the freedoms of this country, are pinned against each other. We're the ones that are fighting each other. There's someone above us that's reaping the benefits of that. So when we talk about ignorance that's taught and passed down from generation to generation, this is an easy fix. This can easily be remedied. How? When you have people with good intentions, with good hearts, that go into these institutions and start doing what's right. That's all it is. These institutions are contaminated with people with ill intentions. And, this country, we like to claim and say is the greatest country. I would say yes, but it could be so much better. It could be so much better. When you have wicked people that are running these institutions, this is what you have. This is what happens. Because they could very much well change this, because this could have been changed a long time ago. The moment, I always say this to people I'm having conversations, this all could have ended when slavery was ended, and it was like, hey, slaves, that's it, we're done with it. You let the people do what they do, right? Black Americans they were actually progressing very well. They had their own things, right? They never intervened and try to educate the black Americans or anything like that. They just stay out of their way and let them develop on their own. But what happened throughout history, time after time after time, they wanted to sabotage the growth of African Americans in this country. They sabotaged, they created laws, right?
Isn't that a lot of that fear?
It could be a lot of things. It could be a lot of things. I mean, fear, absolutely, I think, is one. But the question is, what did they really have to fear, right? Everyone was minding their business at that point. There's a jealousy. There's a deep-seated jealousy. There's a deep-seated fear. There's a fear. You know what it is about jealousy? If we talk about that, it is a misinterpretation. Jealousy is also rooted in fear as well. It's a scarcity mindset. It's this idea that, hey, this person, these people can take something from me. And the truth is, nobody's even thinking like that. When people came to this country, that, they said the indigenous people were like, hey, look, we could share all this land, right? This is for everybody. But what happened, right? There was enough. There was enough for everybody. But when you go into a situation with a mindset, and that mindset is, listen, we don't trust anybody. We're not gonna, I hear what you're saying, but in our mind, we have a different objective. You know, when slavery was going on and they were in Africa, they're in West Africa, and they were trading and they were, you know, purchasing these slaves.
Mm-hmm.
These were prisoners of war in West Africa that they were taking. They were having this exchange. Okay, cool, not a problem. Well, one of the kings said, listen, I'll give you these people. These are prisoners of war. I'll give them to you. But here's the one caveat. You can't touch my people, right? You can't take my people. And the slave traders agreed. They said, of course, I won't take your people. Cool. We're not going to do that. I'll only take the people you give me. But what happened? As the numbers start dwindling, and they say, we don't have enough people to give you this week. The slave trader said, oh, okay. Well, guess what they started doing? They started taking his people.
Yeah.
So again, you have people who are operating outside of even the agreement that they made with someone. These are the people we're dealing with. What is it about? It's about money. It's always about money. America's always been about money. It's not personal. None of this stuff is personal. You trace everything back. There's always a dollar sign attached to it. Everything gets traced back to money. Listen, if we could end all these problems as long as you can find a way where someone is getting paid by it. That's the key. When I come up with solutions to some of these problems, I make sure that people who are already getting paid still get paid. That's all they care about. That's all they care about. They would solve world hunger if it was profitable.
Most definitely.
That's the problem. They would solve the homelessness problem. Why do we have homelessness problems in America? This is the greatest country. We have an illiteracy rate through the roof. We have poverty through the roof in this country. It's ridiculous. We barely produce anything for our own country. We outsource everything. You know, it's deeper. It's deeper. It's so much deeper, you know. But again, to your original statement, because you know that right there, you know, I can get pretty lost down the rabbit hole. But to your question, yeah, ignorance, you know, hate is taught. Hate is taught. There was one day I was working and I was driving through a community and there was a daycare. And in the daycare, there was Indian kids, there was Hispanic children, Black children, white children, Asian children. And they were just all playing, having a good time. And I said to myself in that moment, what if we could just secure that? What would it look like if we could just secure that, trap that passion, that love for one another? You know, protect that innocence. What happens? What happens? You teach, people cheat. The parents are teaching these children hate. The news, the media, entertainment is teaching hate. People's experience, personal experience is teaching them hate. This is the problem. You know, there's no excuse for it. Can you imagine? Look how silly it sounds. I don't like you because your color is different. Your skin color. How ridiculous does that sound? I dislike people based on their character. I have friends, all diverse, all colors, all shades of friends. And we laugh, we joke, we have a good time. No one even thinks about anything. You know, your character is what people should be judging you by.
No, I think you're correct. I think because obviously my original point was how do we break the cycle if they were born with it?
Right.
But like you said, when you get to an adult and you're accountable for your actions, your thoughts.
Right.
And if the question is, I don't know, if that question is posed to you, why do you not like someone? You don't have a tangible answer apart from, I don't like the color of their skin. It is down to you as an individual to look into that. I suppose at some point you have to then say, yeah, you may have been taught and you may have been raised with those opinions and thoughts, but what are the basis? What is it really?
I think there's
but if you're in a circle of people that don't encourage you to think that way either, then you just end up with the convicted that we have now because they've never had to think outside of that.
Correct. And perception is powerful, right? Remember when there was an incident with H&M and that the little boy wore a
The
t-shirt,
monkey
remember?
top. Yeah.
That's right. And he said, I guess something about he's a monkey or something like that.
Yeah.
And so I think this happened in Europe where they're like, hey, we don't look at that as racist over here. It's just like a regular t-shirt that a black kid is wearing. But over here in the US, we're so hypersensitive when it comes to race, where people are looking at all this saying, hey, you have a black kid wearing a t-shirt that says I'm the wildest monkey in the group or something like that, and they looked at that as racially insensitive. The problem that we have in this country is that people throw the word racism around so willy-nilly. They're so cavalier with it. Everything that a black person doesn't like a white person doing doesn't make it racist.
No.
It's just that simple. But we're so sensitive to it. The reality is there are more people who are racially insensitive than they are actually racist. Meaning they don't really care about your skin color. They don't care about your origins and what your generations of family had to do to get here. Nobody really cares because this country has a lot of people who have an individual mindset. We're not a nation of people who look at themselves as all one people, right? This is a mosh posh of people. The United States is a place. It's a hub where people from all over. It's a melting pot.
That's yeah.
So the problem with that is there is no nation-minded people here where they're like, hey, we are all one people. And see, the government also looks and treat people the same way. They have that same mindset. Because if that wasn't the case, then they will be creating and establishing things from a unified standpoint. People say this is the divided states of America, not the United States, right? We have states in this country that don't get along with other states, don't even get along with the federal government. They're individuals. Every state in this country has a different culture, It's like when you go to Europe, everybody's not the same. Everyone's not the same. You could honestly say that this country should be the United States, but technically these states operate like different provinces. That's how it should be looked at. These are different provinces.
So Nathan, what do you think this sentences does for America right now?
I think Black people are not going to be satisfied regardless, and I'm going to tell you why. We are very hard to please. And we're hard to please because of the history. It's almost like, why do you want us to celebrate when this is how it's supposed to be done? Right? This is how it's supposed to be done. So this is not anything to celebrate. Why am I celebrating when this is how you're supposed to do your job? So the problem is, honestly, it's not the racism. It's the fact that you say these are orders. This is the order and the structure. This is how law operates. And you've allowed people to operate outside the law. You've allowed people to circumvent around the law because of either their skin color, either because of their financial status, or because of their status as an individual in this country. The issue is people want consistency, they want transparency, and they want equitable treatment. They want equitable, that's it. See, I don't have an issue with people messing up and being criminals. I want people to be treated equitable when they step in that courtroom, right? That's what people want. I think Black people in this country just want equitable treatment. We know we can't change the hearts of people. That's not our job. We can't do it. But what can the government do? The government can implement things to make sure that people are being educated properly. Everything comes down to education. Ignorance is simply just being unknowledgeable, not knowing. That's all it is. You don't know. You don't know. Equitable treatment is the key, because even if you mess up, whether you're white, Black, Asian, or Hispanic, it doesn't matter. As long as we know we can trust the process, people will feel more comfortable. The big argument with this case and this trial and Ahmaud Arbery situation is that the jury was like 11 white and 1 Black. People were like, yo, how is this supposed to work? People were so caught up in that structure, they didn't think they were going to get a fair trial. They didn't think that the jurors, because the color of their skin, again, you guys, we are always looking at skin color in this country. And rightfully so, you can't blame the people. But at some point in time, we have to get to a position of growth, right? The white people of today are not the white people of 100 years ago. The black people today are not the black people of 100 years ago. At some point in time, we have to take a step forward. And I think that is the biggest problem in this country. People are so stagnant. People are so stagnant.
It is tough to watch, because at the sentencing I almost took a breath, because it was like, will it happen? And it's gonna, I almost feel like at the moment we're riding a wave,
Right.
but I'm just waiting for that wave to disappear.
Right.
And that sounds really terrible, because going back to your point, it shouldn't be that way. I mean, the prosecution was amazing.
Amazing.
They laid it out. It was clear. Any little inconsistency, they highlighted it, and in such a professional, elegant, and slick way. But I still feel like the facts were the facts, and
Right.
we should be able to just rely on that. Yeah, and I feel like as more as it goes on, it's like, oh, okay, another win, another win. Surely this is gonna run out soon.
Well, here's the problem that suffers, in my opinion, Black Americans. We don't participate in anything. We don't, I won't say in anything. We don't participate enough. We don't participate enough in a lot of things that we should be involved in. We're too distracted. We're so distracted on things that don't matter. We're not community driven. We're not community oriented. We're not willing to sacrifice for the greater good of the community. This is our problem. Listen, you can ask any Black person in this country. You can ask maybe one out of five will tell you this. They will say that white supremacy is a problem. They'll say that racial profiling is a problem. They'll say that white privilege is a problem. White supremacy is the reason why we can't get out of this rut that we're in. This is the reason why. It's not true. It's absolutely not true. First of all, white supremacy, if we talk about that, no white man is supreme over me.
It's
No
a
one.
mindset, though.
It
It's
is a
definitely
mindset.
still in shackles.
That's the
Definitely.
problem. The problem is here, right? The problem's there. Listen, you can't legislate and regulate people's mindsets and people's hearts. What did Bob Marley say? He said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. There's so much power in that word, in that phrase. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery, because only you, right? This is the key. The message. This is the key. This is the key to people coming out of this idea that they are a victim of something that occurred hundreds of years ago. People are dying to get to this country by any means necessary, trying to get to this country. The problem with a lot of our people here, we don't have anything else to compare it to. You know, it's American entitlement that we suffer from. We all suffer from it in this country. We all suffer from it. This is a big mind job.
It's interesting you say that, because I had a discussion at work, and it was a case of, growing up as a Black child, what are you taught in your household?
Right.
And I was taught a lot, like, you have to work 10 times harder, you've got to look out for this, you've got to look out for that, and so that was installed in me. And growing up in the workplace, I struggled a lot because I was hypersensitive to everything then. And it took a lot of programming my mind to, is this actually happening? Is this in my head? But then I thought, no, what does that mean? Obviously it is happening.
Right.
And it's a lot of back and forth. So you want to teach your children and protect them, but then it could go the other way, where I'm now just creating these hypersensitive, where's the balance?
Where is the balance? You see, what happens is perception is reality. And what's dangerous about this country we live in, this world we live in, if you are told a lie and you hold on to that lie, you believe that lie. A lot of us don't do our own research. We're so easily manipulated, right? Our community here, we allow a lot of information to dangle across our community, and we walk around believing it's true. And when you believe it's true, whatever you believe in, whatever you're taught, whatever you're told, whatever you allow to, whatever you accept within yourself, your behavior a behavior is manifested out of that. So if you live in a pool of lies and you're digesting this over and over and over again, over time, what happens? That stuff starts to seep into you. It starts to seep into you, and you start to act a certain way based on what you were taught. This is why when it comes to police and the Black people and the encounters we have, people say, okay, I would pull people over and ask them a question. I would say, okay, why are you so angry? I just came up here to tell you that your whole license plate is missing. I pulled you over for that. I came up, hey, how you doing, sir? My name is Officer Daly. The reason why I stopped you, why the F are you stopping me? This is harassment. You guys are always pulling us over. F you, blah, 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 blah. This is the reaction I get from some people. And I ask them, why are you so angry? Oh, and you start talking to them after a while, they calm down and you get to the bottom of it. See, I don't act on that, right? I don't respond to that. So I just sit there and let people get it out their system because I understand why they're upset. Though I know it's BS, I let them vent because it's not personal, right? You're mad at the uniform. You're not mad at me as the person because I'm a great person. I'm a loving person. So I know you don't hate me. So then as I'm talking to the person, I try to get to the core. Why do you feel that way? Well, look what you guys are doing to us in the streets. You guys are killing us in the streets. You guys are assassinating Black people in the streets. I said, where's this happening at? Where are you getting this information from? This is the problem. This man's behavior towards me was just aroused with this anger and this frustration off of something that he learned, something that someone told him, something that he was shown repeatedly on the television, things in conversation he's had on social media. If you go to the NAACP site, they're here for Black people, but they're spewing so much propaganda that is toxic. Oh, you guys, they're lynching more Black men. The police are lynching Black men in the streets. It's not true. And you're telling your people that, and we're believing that. And then we step outside in the real world and end up having real life consequences because we can't control our anger. We can't control our emotions. That's what they want. That's what they want. The people who are designed and created these organizations are inciting you to do something stupid. You can control people if you control their emotions. You control the head. In martial arts, we have this saying, you control the head, you control the body. This is so true. This is so true. And this is martial arts. This is philosophy. You control the head, you control the body. Black bodies are being controlled because they've lost control over their head. Their mind is gone. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. This is what it's about. This is what it's about. This is why it's so dangerous to allow people to pump poison into your head, into your heart, into your spirit, because you manifest a behavior that's counterproductive for your safety and survival. You have people now in this country that hate white people and don't even understand why. You don't like white people for what? You don't even know any. I would stop guys. I worked in a predominantly Black community, and I would stop African Americans, people who look just like me. We'll have a conversation, and they would tell me that the white man is keeping them down. I said, I know what he means, but I'm like, who? What's his name? Where's he at? Let me find him. Let's go look for him. Who are you talking about? The white man is keeping me down. This is the mindset of people in our community in this country. So then I ask them, who? We're talking about, I work for a community where predominantly the police department is African American. The educational system, the teachers are African American, predominantly. We're talking predominantly. The education board, predominantly Black. The CEO of the county, of the area work, Black. Everybody's Black all the way to the top. Black, everybody. If you have an issue with the conditions of your community and you're in a predominantly Black community and it's run by predominantly Black politicians, the issue is with the people who are running that community. That's the issue. A lot of people don't even understand who the people who are the real problems in this country. You'll never see them. You'll never know what they look like. It's the same thing in Europe. You don't know who the people who are really pulling the strings, you'll never see them. You'll never cross paths in your lifetime. A lot of them don't even live in the country, right? This is the problem. This is the problem. You know, people who can't understand the nuances of what really makes things tick in this world. The real color, the color that really matters is green. It's green. Let's see what people are talking about in here.
Thank you for having me. I know we must have a lot of
Thank you.
questions in the live chat. So I'm
Thank
thank
you.
you.
And you're welcome back anytime.
Of course. Take
right.
care. Bye.
You too. Listen, you guys, come up. Come up if you want to talk. Someone mentioned something about gang culture. You know, I'm definitely going to talk about it. I'm definitely going to talk about that. I think that's, you know, that's a whole conversation within itself. What did Lucy Merkman say? Mercom. Kay Freeman agree. Heartbreaking that thousands of people died to give the people freedom today. Yet those who do not respect each other. Yeah, you know, this is what really hurts me about the ancestors, right? Those who were slaves, who died for the freedoms that we have today. You guys, we're just it's a joke. They got to be turning around in graves. They have to be. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if a slave came back to life to see the condition that Black America was in? They would lose their mind. They'd be like, what did I die for, you guys? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? What are you guys doing? Lions of Anaya, is this about our people or three racist killers of a Black man? Listen, this is the reality, right? This is about everything. You want to sit here and have a conversation about one incident. We're talking about the problem. We're talking about the problem. Don't get caught up on the surface level situation. What happened to Ahmaud Arbery was tragic. It was unacceptable, should have never happened. We're talking about the DNA of this country. That's what we're talking about. People want to understand why this is taking place. Is this about our people? Yes. Yes, this is about Black people in a country where we still have people who think that it's okay to do what the McMichaels did. Where does that come from? We're talking about education. Are we educating the people in this country properly? The answer is no, we're not. We're not. How do you have a country that still has a racist problem, that still have people who are living in pockets of racist communities? We still have that. And we're talking about, yeah, the government can do something about it. The state can do something about it. You don't think they have the power to do anything about it? Absolutely. It's called education, you guys. Why do we have an illiteracy rate out of this world? The education in this country is subpar. This is supposed to be the greatest country in the world. You guys, what I'm saying is, the bigger picture is, we're living in a country where there's choices. Certain people are making choices for you, and you don't even realize it. You don't realize it. We can sit here and we've talked about this case over and over again. We're talking about, now listen, here's the sentencing. People want to know why this is happening. People want to understand why this took place. People want to understand what's going on with this corruption, right? It's deeper than Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud, unfortunately, his death has sparked this discussion. We can only use him as somewhat of a martyr to learn more and to open the door to conversations that should have been had. A lot of changes need to take place. A lot. We saw in this moment, we saw the criminal justice system actually work the way it's supposed to have always worked. Efficient, consistent. But then we also saw how powerful one person in the system, how that person can influence the entire case. Who are we talking about? We're talking about one police officer. We're talking about one DA. One person. This is why the criminal justice system is so important. This is why the criminal justice system is such a vital piece. Why it has to be protected at all costs. Why we have to make sure we filter people out of it who have no business being in it. The criminal justice system can't afford to have people like the officer that responded to the scene on Ahmaud Arbery's death. We can't afford to have an officer like that anywhere in the system. We can't afford to have a DA like Jackie Johnson anywhere in the system, anywhere in this country. And we need safeguards to be able to filter those people out, to be able to identify those people when they come out. Why do I say that? Look how much power one person can have in the system. That officer was trying to conceal and cover up information. He was. It was obvious. It was obvious. The DA received a phone call from Greg McMichael at the scene. He called her. The only reason why this case ended the way it ended, Ahmaud Arbery got the justice that he deserved, was because the people, after they saw the video, started to speak out about it. What did the prosecutor say? She said McMichael's leaked his own murder video. He leaked his own murder video thinking that it was going to exonerate him. He was that confident that he didn't do anything wrong. You guys, that's deep. Could you imagine taking someone's life, video recording it, and then like, hey, y'all, look, and handing it off saying, y'all, I'm innocent. Look at this. Look at this. That's what he did. That's what he did. She said he had no remorse. She said even in this moment, he still thinks he didn't do anything wrong. You know how many people actually agree with him? You know how many people agree with him? There's a black man on YouTube right now who said that Greg McMichaels and the McMichaels were justified, and Ahmaud Arbery was guilty. And he's an ex-police officer. I mean, I don't know. Let's hear Linus. Why don't you come up? Let's have a conversation. Linus of Ayaya. I can't pronounce that. Ahaya. She said, this is why we don't want CRT taught. Who doesn't want CRT taught? You said this is why we don't want CRT. Who was that? Who was they? Who was they? You know what the problem is? Wait a minute. What about the string of events by law enforcement and politicians before the arrest? Yeah, I was just mentioning that. What is the problem? This is the power of the criminal justice system. When you have one person who can throw a monkey wrench. You know, I plan on doing a video next week about this, about why police reform is so important. It's not that we don't need police officers. We just need better ones. This should be the hardest profession, the most difficult profession to get into. Why? Look at the power. Look at the power. This country gives the power of policing to rejects and imbeciles. I mean, you guys, I had to work with them. Linus, you got to cam up. Come on up and have a conversation because I disagree with this. The DNA of the country is racism. The DNA of this country is greed. It's money. It's money. It's money. You know, when you're able to have that conversation on a deeper level, we can break it down. The DNA of this country is money, you guys. It's all money. It was justice delayed. Absolutely, it was delayed. It almost didn't happen. Look at the Breonna Taylor case. Same thing. if people didn't speak up about it. This is the power of numbers, you guys. When people are paying attention, a lot of times we're not even paying attention. How many of these cases like Ahmaud Arbery have gone under the rug? How many people have gotten away? Look at what's that clown's name? What's his name? One with Trayvon Martin. George Zimmerman. Look at that clown. He got away with murder. Got away with murder. How did that happen? How did that happen? George Zimmerman pulled it off. It's called right. I didn't say it. You guys, listen. This man has over 1 million followers. He has over 1 million followers. This is what I'm talking about. I just said it. You guys, it's always about money. It's about money. Some people don't have any integrity. What's the fastest way to become successful? You tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they want to hear. Listen, you guys, I have 6,000 subscribers. Welcome to my channel. If you're not a subscriber, join. There's truth over here. There's transparency. And listen, I don't always get it right. And I don't believe I know everything. All I can do is give you insight. I'm going to be honest, though. And if you challenge me, I'm going to ask you to come up here and have a conversation. But what did that man say? Did you see what he wrote? Listen, you can go over there and take a look for yourself and come back and then you tell me what you think. That man justified a gentleman being shot 9 times in the back and said it was justified. And people agreed with him. I mean, I don't stop anybody's hustle. I don't. Okay. He said, white people are complaining about CRT. How do I feel about that? You know, that's a whole nother conversation. I don't really know enough about CRT, honestly, to have the conversation about it. I know it's I've heard a lot of different things. I believe that communities should be in charge of teaching what they want to teach. You control your education, you control your people. We'll leave it at that. Could you imagine? Listen, the winners write the books. The winners write the books. You get to tell your own story. Black people are 13% in this country. White people are 60%. Black people don't really own anything. How many black schools do we have? We have people who struggle to go to black colleges. We don't even want to go to our own colleges, you guys. We don't even want to go to our own colleges. We don't support our own things. Come on, you got to make it make sense. You got to make it make sense. What do you guys think about the sentencing? Listen, it's hard to even talk about this. I know we're all in agreement. I don't think there's one person in this chat right now who thinks, or one person watching who thinks that the sentencing wasn't fair. The sentencing was fair. Even for William Roddy Bryant, he has the possibility of parole. The possibility. It's fair enough. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Lenora, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year's. This is a lot to cover. What does it say? Lucy says, African Americans should never forget their past, their people, because it should be their present. It should be their future. Lest we forget. It should not be forgotten. Very interesting. I'm gonna go over that. She says, I'm white and I'm okay with CRT being taught. Okay, and why did she say that? Why do you say that? Listen, you guys, I tell people this all the time. White people are not our enemy. Stop letting people tell you that white people are our enemies. We're only enemies of people who want to do harm to us. That's anybody, white, black, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter. If a person is showing you any type of direct hatred one-on-one, it's let it be one-on-one. Get to know people. The color of a person's skin does not make them your enemy. We have to stop with that. You guys, that's so old. It's so old. Some of you guys don't even have any white friends. And if you had one, you'd probably be like, oh my God, I've been missing out my whole life. Some of you guys don't even have any Asian friends, Hispanic friends, Indian friends. I have friends that are Indian. They're cool people and their food is amazing. Listen, you guys, diversity is beautiful. We got to get outside of our box. This is the problem. This is the problem. We have to stop discrediting white people because of stuff that their ancestors did. Come on, you guys. And every white person in this country is not a descendant of a slave owner. We got to start thinking. We got to start thinking. Yes. Shout out for the super chat. I appreciate that. The change needs to start at the police academies across the country. He's absolutely correct. But what do you teach in these police academies? See, the problem is not just the teaching. The problem, again, is, listen, I was telling someone the other day, what's the difference between a pedophile, a homosexual, a Satanist, a Christian, a Muslim, right? A robber, a killer, a thief? What's the difference? I'll tell you, what do they have in common? They all wear a uniform. They're all police. This is the problem, you guys. This is the problem. You couldn't imagine the type of people who can put that uniform on. I knew a guy who was a Satanist. He was a police officer. How'd he get in? How'd he get in? But then the question is, okay, well, that's his religion, right? What if we had it where we just, okay, no Christians could be police officers? Could you imagine? A Satanist as a police officer. A pedophile as a police officer. A gang member. A racist. A Klan member. They all put the uniform on. I did a video not too long ago. I clipped the video from my previous live stream and I showed you guys a case here in Atlanta where over like 13, 14 police officers were picked up for working in gangs. They were helping drug dealers move drugs throughout the city. They were working for drug runners, gun runners, protecting gang members. And they got picked up on a sting, on an ATF, an FBI sting, you guys. These are guys that I've worked with that I had no clue. The problem isn't just the academy. Society, again, and thank you. I can't even pronounce your name. Daoud. Zion. I know that name though. I appreciate that super chat, brother. I appreciate that. What's the issue with policing? Society's expectation of what they want from officers is up here, right? Police departments are pulling people from down here. It doesn't make sense. I was in the academy with over 50 plus people, and I could look around and I knew right away that 10 had no business being there. No integrity, you guys. Again, when does training as an officer begin? The moment you were born. When you look at a person, you look back and you look at who they are. Look at who their parents are. Look at where they're raised at, who they associate with, what their lifestyle is like. That'll tell you who the officer is. The problem is we have people who don't live in the community that they're actually serving in. They never grew up in the community that they're serving in. How does that make sense? It doesn't work well. But then again, we complain and say we need more Black people in Black communities. We need more Black officers. Well, we're not signing up for the job. We're not signing up for the job. There's a decline, there's a decrease in African Americans signing up to be police officers. Police departments are losing Black applicants. We don't want to do the job that we're complaining about. How many of you guys want to sign up to be sanitation workers? Then you complain that nobody's taking your trash out. Make it make sense. Who's willing to make the sacrifice? If we paid you more, would you do the job? Some of you guys know exactly why you don't want to do the job. You know, you got a cousin, Ray, who's acting up all the time, and you know what he does. You know what Ray does. Let's be real, you guys. Let's be real. Power, Zimmerman's father. Listen, you guys, a lot of you don't know that George Zimmerman's father was a big-time judge. Again, this is what people don't like. Why is it that some people can circumvent around the law and I can't do that? Is it white privilege? You know, everybody, there's privilege on everything, you guys. There's privilege in everything. White people don't monopolize privilege. They don't. Because there's a lot of poor white people who are having problems. There's a lot of white people from all economic status that are having issues, you guys. Status, money, power. These things will help you circumvent around situations. Yes, his father was a judge. This is George Zimmerman. Yep. She said, what a CRT. Well, that's a conversation for another day. LaMonica. Yes. Thank you so much, LaMonica. Thank you so much. All love. She just sent all love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You guys, these are conversations that we have to have. This is the conversation. Whew. So much to cover. You know, that gentleman said he talked about police officers. We talked about the first officer on the scene with Ahmaud Arbery. His behavior was so suspicious. From the very beginning, he gets out the car, he's hyperventilating. Then he turns his, you guys don't realize this, but the way the body cameras work, the moment you tap the camera and you activate it, it starts recording. You can't hear anything for at least 5 seconds. The camera records 5 to 10 seconds prior to you touching it. He activated his camera after he got out the car. After he got out the car. You don't want to know what I believe happened. They tried to cover that whole thing up, you guys. The whole thing. And it started with the officer. Critical race theory. You guys, listen, if you want to conversate, please, we got the link so you can come up and have a conversation. Listen, I have some people, when I drop videos, they are so vocal. They have so much to say. There's a gentleman in here, I just wish, I keep telling him. I said, man, send me an email. I'm going to let you know when I come on because I don't want no excuses. No excuses. Let's go through here. Again, Happy New Year's to everyone that's here. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. Hello, I am Courtney. You guys, she's amazing. Please go and check her out. Courtney Michelle. Yes. Happy New Year's to you, Courtney. Happy New Year's to everybody. I'll probably have to do a video on that. Liar, that's not true. Lioness, you need to come on, jump on the cam. I'm rolling through these comments. Anthony Reed said these cops are getting exposed. Expose them. Yeah, I say air them out. Listen, you guys, don't get it twisted. Good officers don't like bad officers. I said, I work for a big department. We couldn't stand them. We could not stand them. We will call them out, you guys. You don't get to see this, but I'm telling you, we do hustle behind the scenes. We hustle. There's an officer. He's still working to this day. I hate him. I hate him with a passion. Hate's a strong word, but I do. I don't like him. He's still working to this day. This man would write your mother a ticket. He'd write his grandmother a ticket, right? He's disrespectful. He's rude. People want people that are compassionate. They want someone who's going to serve the people with love, you know? And what happens is you have some guys that they drown themselves in their own ego. And they become something that you can't recognize anymore. You know, I say expose them. Listen, I'm here for law enforcement. I'm here for Black people. You know, again, I tell people all the time, this it's not mutually exclusive. I want to encourage more Black people to get into the profession, get into the criminal justice system. You can't say that white people are wicked. You can't say that they're evil. You can't say that it's white supremacy and everything that's happening in this country that's hurting Black people is because of a white person, and then turn around and ask them to police your communities, and then turn around and ask them to educate your children, and then turn around and ask them to create food for you. You guys, make it make sense. Make it make sense. If we were to take all the white people out of this country, right? What am I? Thanos snap all the white people away to another country, and we're just here by ourselves. You guys, we probably fall apart. We don't own anything, right? One would even say we're addicted to white supremacy. One would say we might be addicted to the idea of white supremacy. We need to have it. What would it look like if the white people just got up and left the country and left us here? It's just us Hispanics and everybody else, right? What would happen? There was a documentary a long time ago that came out called The Day, I think it's called Life Without a Mexican. You guys, we need each other. We all need each other. The problem is we're not treated equally. We're not treated fairly. We're not treated fairly. People want equitable treatment. People just want you to be fair and honest. That's it. Our politicians, we have people who look like us that cause the same problems that we complain about. White people doing. The problem is not skin color. The problem is character, you guys. The problem is integrity. The problem's not skin color. In Georgia here, we had a situation. We have this new city called Stonecrest City, the city of Stonecrest. And the mayor of that city, the new city, in a Black community, predominantly Black community, the mayor was Black. He got federally indicted for fraud, mishandling money from the PPP loan stuff, from the COVID relief stuff that was going on. He took the money and started using it for his own personal gains, his own personal stuff. You guys, this is a Black politician. What does that mean? Right? You guys, it's a character problem. People can't handle power. Who teaches you how to deal with power? Who teaches you? Come on, you guys. Y'all don't want to jump on the... Y'all see, y'all are scary. Y'all are scary. Yes, I'm not even intimidating. I'm not. Uh-oh, Friendsgiving. Thank you so much. Friendsgiving came with the beautiful super chat. Thank you so much. $50 super chat. Thank you so much. You guys, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Listen, you guys, come on. You can talk. Y'all make me feel like I'm the nicest. Well, I won't say I'm the nicest person on YouTube. I won't say that. I am a nice guy, though. I'm not here to try to like run people down on the ground with conversations, but I love to hear what you have to say, because I always say that your thoughts, your opinions are shared by other people. What do you guys want to ask me? Put it in the live chat. Let me answer any questions, since some of y'all are too scary to come up. Don't be afraid, you guys. Because you guys y'all be going in on videos. I post videos and you guys are going at it. You guys are going at it. All right, let's see. Thank you again, Friendsgiving. I really, really appreciate that. Very generous. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. How can the police departments protect their policies and procedure manuals and contracts more than your families, and the public. It's not everybody, but I understand what you're saying. Again, the problem is we just need better leadership. And listen, you guys, every police department's not the same. Every police department's not the same. It's no different in this country. I always use this as an example. We have a president. We might get one president you really love, and then the next term you get a president you really hate. That's how police departments work. It's leadership. You might have a police department that has just a phenomenal leadership structure, and then the leader of that department leaves and the place falls apart. The question is, how do we keep it consistent? Everybody wants to know what's required to be a good police officer. No. What's required to be a good police department? And how active are the citizens in the community? Listen, you guys, crime is bad. Crime is bad. It's at an all-time high. And it's not because there's no jobs. People don't want to work. People don't want to work. We're going to see this year, 2022, that crime and the interaction with law enforcement is gonna increase. Uh-oh. We got us a guess. Let's see what we're talking about. T?
Brother Nathan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, long time, bro. We talked about
Oh, yes.
yes, sir.
I remember your voice. Your voice is familiar. It's coming up.
There we go. How you been, bro?
Hey, I'm good. Happy New Year to you, brother.
All right, Happy New Year to you. Yeah, so about the police and how do we change it? I think overall, you touched on the power, of the police department and some of the police officers, that uniform.
Right.
It is like any other drug. It becomes addicting, that type of power.
Yes.
And it goes right to their head, and before you know it, you're consumed by that power. You're consumed by the power that uniform brings. And in some cases, I believe in my mind that once you cross a certain line, ain't no going back. It becomes that much addicting, like any narcotic,
Yes. Yes. I think, we touched on this a little bit before, that
Right.
What people don't realize is that people in a position of authority, this is what it's about. And we don't have these we don't have these conversations. Everybody's not designed mentally, biologically, right?
Facts.
Psychologically designed to handle and wield power. That's just what it is. And so if that's the case, we need to start looking at it from that perspective. You are giving someone the power and authority over another person. And then you're asking the people to accept that. Right. You're asking the people to just agree with that. But I don't know how you vet this person. How did you vet him or her? How did you determine that they were worthy? Why? Because they went to the academy for 3 months and they learned how to shoot a gun?
Right.
Who is this person? How am I trusting you? There needs to be an organization that actually dives into people and say, hey, listen, we are stamping and certifying this person that they are capable, they are able to wield power.
That is absolutely.
This is how deep it is.
Mm-hmm.
This is how deep. If not, then we need to readjust how we look at law enforcement.
Right.
Maybe law enforcement job should only be that they can interact with people only in high intense violent situations, because outside of that, what do we have? We have officers that are bored, running up and down, harassing people.
That is absolutely right. That was going to be my next kind of statement in that to kind of lead up to it. Maybe like in high situations, violent attacks, violent crimes, the police should only be exclusively, dispatched to those crimes, or those types of situations.
Right.
But as far as we went over the mental health issues, mental breakdowns of some people, and police, they're already stressed and taxed enough, and having to deal with somebody with some type of mental breakdown. I think it should be totally separate, from actually having the police department deal with somebody with mental issues, So,
right.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean you're absolutely right. We have to. I think we've gotten to a place where we have to start reimagining our expectations. Society needs to get involved. People are
Right.
complaining. This is an American problem, and the Black community has a separate problem with the police that we have to address.
That's right.
Right. So we can't ignore the fact that the Black community has a unique problem with the police, but
Right.
that can easily be solved. We need our own people to step up.
That is
We need our
absolutely
people to
right.
step up. You
Yeah.
know, and so a friend of mine sent me something today, and I'm gonna talk about it since we on this conversation.
Mhm.
T, I'm let me I want you to stay up. I want to
Okay.
get what Millennial Mark TV is
Right.
talking about.
Yeah, I'll be here.
All right, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the
Hey,
channel.
how's it going? How's
Pretty
it going?
good,
It's the
pretty
first
good.
time I'm coming on your stream.
Yeah, man, I've heard your name before through I think TLA's channel. You know, I get on there, get on the stream. I've heard your name. I mean, you have a unique name. So yes, brother, welcome to the channel, man. What are your thoughts? What would you like to share with us?
So I actually had joined in, so I hate to be that person to come in and not know the topic, but I saw you asking for people to come up on the panel. But I did catch, some bits and pieces, and you was talking about the, power and why people abuse it. And one of the things that I would like to speak on, because I was also an officer as well for 5 years.
Oh, that's what's up.
And one of the things is, of course, we do understand that power corrupts, and just from some of the things that I saw and kind of, what I analyze is a lot of times people who enter the profession of law enforcement seem to sometimes forget, I'm trying to think how to, what we, the stuff that we went through initially to gain that power, so a lot of times you'll see some things going on within the department, within the organization. And, we know that that's not right, but it happens. And, they have programs. I remember, when I was in law enforcement, we did FIP training, which was fair and impartial policing. They offer those things, and, you're required to take it. But again, it's just something that comes with that power. And there's a lot of psychology behind why it gets abused, because it's not like people don't know right from wrong. They most definitely know right from wrong. And you're actually even taught what to do and what not to do in the academy. But once you get into the organization, you start to see that, people really can sometimes push the limits to what you were initially taught, when you first got into the profession. Because, some of the things that we see that I personally saw, and maybe you saw as well, officers doing, for a fact that if those things were, came to light during the academy, more than likely those people wouldn't have been pushed through.
One thing you said I want to touch on real quick. I want the audience to hear this, and it's good that they're hearing it. Oh yeah, Lion has decided to come on. It was I'm gonna bring you up now because you were very active in the background. Lioness is gonna come up. I'm gonna bring Lioness up. So just bear with me for a little bit, Lioness. What you said was so important, because I've sat in classrooms with officers from all different diversities. I know what it's like when we take these diverse training courses, right? When it's like, hey, how do you treat people who don't look like you, right? Like that, we call it the touchy-feely stuff that officers really don't like to be bothered with. The problem with that training that I've seen is that I can train you on a million topics. If you don't care about the subject matter, it really doesn't matter, right?
Yes.
I've seen that with officers, and it doesn't matter what color your skin is. Some officers, we have this mindset, it's like, listen, I don't want to hug a thug, right? Like, this is the mentality. It's like that we have this hug a thug mentality where you want me to love on bad people. That's not what I'm here for. The mentality of some officers. But what happens? A friend of mine sent me something, and let me pull this up real quick. I want everyone to take a look at this, because I didn't get a chance to dive into all of it yet, because I jumped on the stream because of the verdict. But it's called #criming while white. Criming while white. And I urge everyone to take a look at that. #criming while white. And what it is you have white people who are white citizens who are talking about how they've gotten away with committing crimes. So the police have let them off the hook, and have done it because it's not necessarily because of white privilege. I want people to understand the beauty of kinship. When you are dealing with people who look like you have a different heart towards them. doesn't make you a racist, right? We're not talking about racist people. We're talking about people who see themselves in other people. Because this often happens to people. It could be any color, you guys. It could be me. Say I had kids. I don't have any kids, but say me as a father. I'm dealing with someone who might be Hispanic, and he's a young boy. He reminds me of my kid. My emotions get filtered through my decision making when I'm dealing with him, right? You start to see yourself or see something you care about while you're doing your job. So what ends up happening is some people mistake that for privilege. It's not privilege always. You know, my family is Jamaican. When I come across another Jamaican while I'm working, I treat them differently. This is the bias that comes with the job that people don't like to talk about.
Right.
It happens organically though, right? I'm not mistreating people though, right? But you might show someone extra favoritism. Does that make sense? You know?
Yes.
And
I want to add to that.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, and you know, it's one thing too, especially as a people, one thing that we really don't understand, and you know, something that has, you know, that we've been so far away from for such a long time that we just don't get it anymore, is that sense of community. So it's not even, I mean, it goes way deeper than just white privilege. It's the way we view each other. Correct. You know, I've seen these guys literally, I mean, they will cuss each other out, but at the end of the day, that quote unquote staying on code, they're going to stay on code because again, they have that sense of community. And that's one thing that as a Black community, we are so far away from that we will hate the individuals who share our own hue, but we see stuff that they do for each other and we think it's just, white privilege and supremacy and all of that. And it goes deeper than that. It's actually just community. And they're still looking out for their people. But we are, and like somebody just said in your comment there, we can be our own worst enemy. And I'm telling you, in the law enforcement profession, you've seen it firsthand. I've seen it firsthand, and it is so real. So it really goes way deeper than just that broad just white supremacy. It's community. Yes, they're going to lock their people up. They sometimes they'll handle them the way they handle us. But when it comes to let's say this, we're going to talk about being a Black officer. We handle people the way we're going to handle them, regardless of color. And that's what I've seen. Yeah. But I have seen them handle their people much lighter, and it goes deeper than just because they're
much
white.
More sensitivity.
Because that sense of community, and it's just something that we as a people honestly don't fully understand. Because through slavery, through some of the laws, through the fact that we were separated, you had certain people that was doing this when they were closer to white people, and then you had people out here who were the field people. There was a hierarchy that separated us, and so it's just one of those things that as a people, man, we don't get it. And I've tried for many years to understand it, but we're still, even today, we're still very, very divided as a people within our own community, because that sense of community is just not here anymore.
Yeah, I agree with that. We lost our sense of community like in the mid 80s. That's when our sense of community structure just was obliterated.
Well, I'm gonna say it went back further than that, because
but that was the sign of it being so obvious that we was destroyed as a community. Everybody looking out for each other's kids. People that wasn't blood related was calling themselves cousins, uncles, and aunties and stuff. That got straight destroyed, and it was manifest. It was brought out in the open towards the mid or late 80s, but it started. I agree with that. You're right.
Right. I want to add. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I just wanted to add to why I think that happened, because we have to think about this. A lot of that, it goes deeper than just the 80s, but it's generational. So one thing that we have to remember is, you got the generation of the baby boomers. Okay. The generation before them, the silent generation, that generation had to have a stronger sense of community, because they were on a mission to get rid of the injustices that had been holding them back for so long. And whenever the baby boomer generation came along, that generation was a very spoiled generation. The silent generation really paved the way. The silent generation was the generation that was out here doing the marching, who were doing the sit-ins. So whenever you had the baby boomer generation came along, because that generation was such a spoiled generation, they were easily susceptible to stuff like the crack era, like the era, like the 80s. Because again, the silent generation, for the most part, people in the silent generation did not fall for that. that baby boomer generation, that's when that really kicked in, because they had it easier because of the path that was laid by the generation that came before them. The fact that the silent generation dealt with the dogs being sicked on them. That was the silent generation getting bit by dogs. That was the silent generation that was getting hosed down by water hoses. I'm telling you, they did all of that work. And it's almost like, you know, I hate to say it like this, but it's the best way I can put it. But it's like the baby boomer generation really fumbled the ball, and it messed us up big time when it comes to our sense of community, because we used to have a strong sense of community because we was on a mission and we had to stick together.
That's right. Listen, we're gonna pick that. I told myself when we have moments like this, I need to write it down because it's something I want to get back to. Community, and I'm gonna get Lioness in real quick. So that what you just said, I tell people this all the time. Black people have lost their mission. There's no mission. We've gotten comfortable. We're allowing people who don't look like us to teach us, to feed us, to educate us, right? This is a problem, you guys. We don't use our own facilities. We don't use our own colleges. We're complaining about things that we have control over. You know, there's so much to talk about. Let me get Miss Linus in here real quick, because she has been an active participant in the comment section, and I want to hear her thoughts. You guys, we're here to learn from each other. I'm not here to beat up on nobody, because we can't grow like that. Dante White said there are situations where African Americans attempt to become police officers and they aren't even given an opportunity. That's not true, because
Brother Nathan was proof of that.
Yeah, that's not true. And it's not true because they are giving bonuses. They are sending out all type of application stuff. They need Black people. They need them. Not for a lot of different reasons, you guys, because the department gets more money if they have a certain balance of ethnic balance within the department. Not just African Americans, but Hispanic too, Asians, even women. There's a push to get women and Black people in the position. They want us there.
Right.
Even if you think they don't, they do. A lot of us don't qualify, and a lot of us don't want to do the job. It isn't paying enough. Right. You know, and some of us don't qualify because we have stuff on our record and things like that.
Right.
But you know, listen, if we want to police our own communities, you need to sign up. And I'm gonna tell you, the problem is just what Millennial Mark TV is saying, what T is saying. The issue is you'll get a whole department full of Black officers, and people still gonna be getting shot.
Yeah.
And the problem is because it's not about the police, it's about the mentality of our people and our community.
Yes, yes. So no sense of community. Yes.
No sense of community. Right. So we're in a position where you might have, I said this before, you might have a white person who's going to pull the trigger. I might take an extra 3 seconds, but I'm still going to pull the trigger. So we have to be careful when we have these conversations, because I'm looking at the situation, circumstances, facts, and the evidence. You're looking at things from an emotional standpoint. You're looking at the morality. I'm looking at the legality of the situation. Because my heart is in it, I'm like, sir, drop the weapon. Sir, drop the weapon, and then pow.
Yeah.
Whereas you might have a white officer that just says pow. Who's justified? They're both justified. But what do the people in our community want? We want people to be a little bit more compassionate. We want people to be a little bit more caring, right? This is what we want. But the officer can't put their life at risk because you want us to be a little bit more loving and supportive. It doesn't work like that. Officer's not obligated to love you. The officer is not obligated to show you restraint. They're obligated to operate under the confines of the law. That's the problem.
Right.
You know, Black people, we're very emotional. We're very touchy, lovey-feely. That's not how the law is, though. The law doesn't care about your situation. The law doesn't care about your history, your origins of your family. The law doesn't care. And so sometimes when you see someone enforcing the law on you, you think that it's racist because it didn't come with any love. Nobody cares. If we want to love our people, we need to step up and sign up these applications and do the job. So
not only that, we need to show other communities around us that we care about each other, because again, we have to look at this. I mean, as a community, the way, you know, the other communities look at us, I mean, we're quick to blow our own people away, and not in a position of power. I mean, if we're going to be honest,
that's because
we've created this image because we have no sense of community. Yes, you're right. You're right. And that was a really good point you made about how emotional we are as a people. And here's one thing too, it also helps us because, you know, we are a very emotional people, but, you know, we come to, especially a lot of Black officers, we have, my personal opinion, I've seen more care and compassion from Black officers than I have from white officers. And I think that really just comes from who we are as a people.
Correct.
Right.
You know, we honestly care about each other. The problem is we don't know how to communicate with each other.
Right. And support.
That's
Yes.
one another.
facts.
And we're always, you know, we always look at each other with a, you know, as if the other person has an ulterior motive, when, you know, there's just genuine care and concern with, you know, with no desire to get anything in return. But like I said, it boils down to the fact that as a people, we have a big problem with communication when it comes to dealing with each other. You know, we jump straight to emotions, and, you know, even as men, as women, you know, we say, you know, oh, women are just, you know, emotional, and, you know, we don't really think logic. Men are the same way. We're just as emotional sometimes.
Yes.
Big
You know,
facts.
so
Very
we
true.
just really got to learn how to communicate with each other, because that's what's going to help our ethnic image. Because again, if it looks like we don't care about each other, I mean, come on, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ethnic image.
Yes.
Is something I'm gonna bring up and talk about.
And escapism. You know, we do a lot of stuff that involves escapism. You know, why are we so, you know, drawn to things that are entertaining but not serious conversations like the ones we're having right now? It's
Exactly.
escapism.
The fear of accountability, boys, like kryptonite. Let me Linus, you up. I think, yes. Talk to me. Welcome to the
Patiently
channel.
waiting.
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to be here.
I've been begging you.
Well, I really wanted somebody else to be here, not myself, because I thought that they would be able to deal with you a whole lot different on a whole different level. But I'm glad to be here. And I agree with a lot of the things that you say, but a lot of the things that you say I don't agree with, only because I've seen a lot of stuff. I was born in the South, but I was raised in the North. I was raised in Detroit.
Okay.
So, you know, I kind of understand a little bit about both sides, the North and the South. And I prefer to be in the South, even though I know it is a little bit more racist, as I can see dealing with people in the South, than it is in the North. The North is racist in their own way. It's just a different kind of racism. You just got to be able to deal with the people on the level that they are, because all people are not the same. I haven't just lived in one place. I've been able to be outside and travel around and to know that people are not the same, and that you got white people that'll do you good, and you got white people that'll do you bad. You got black people that'll do you good, and you got black people that'll do you bad. It's with every race. I've been around Spanish people. I've been around Mexican people. The thing is that I believe that white people have this mentality, which we all know that they do, that they seem to think that they are supreme, and that they, what is basically, I'm Mayo and I say so. So it could be that it's different in some areas, but we as Black people, we can see, especially here in the United States, if you've been here for, I don't know how long you've been in the United States, but I was raised here. I was born here.
Right.
So I am what you would consider probably Aborigine. My people, they are Cherokee. Regardless, they're not a $5 Indian. They didn't pay the $5 to get in to say, because you notice there's no Black folks that has any reservations anywhere.
Correct.
And you can't tell me it's not a Black person that is not a true Aborigine to this United States, a Turtle Island. You know, and we go back all the way, because I'm not just going to stay right here with today's society, the last 10 or 15 years, because it's only gotten worse in the last 10 or 15 years. Everything has just went downhill in the last 10 or 15 years, and I say maybe 20 years. And the whole attitude of our people, yes, we know that the music is detrimental to our people. We know that the music is the music didn't always be bitches and hoes, excuse my, but that's what it's all about. But it hasn't always been that way. But in order for our people to take our people down, in order for them to make money as an artist, they have to present a certain type of music. And the music that they present is the kind of music that destroys our people. But yet they like the beat. A lot of people not listening to the words. They just listening to the beat. If it feels good, make your body move, that's what they want to do. You know, it's
That's
a lot.
interesting.
We don't have a ship to bring cocaine or any drugs into the United States, but they always seem to find their way into our neighborhood. But yet it's be our people that go to jail first for selling it, but they didn't bring it over here and they didn't put it in our neighborhoods. It's always, you can find somewhere that they done set up some kind of bait trap somewhere to trap our people. It's always our people that's in jail more than any other people. So you know that it's a setup. It's all about, you can go back to the slavery day, and I'm not a slave-minded person. I'm just the type of person, I'm going to look at reality for what it is, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it for nobody. You go back to slavery, you got them off the plantation. The first thing that the government did was make all these outrageous laws to put the Black man back in prison to keep him working for free. I'm getting excited now because
no, you're fine. You're fine. Listen, what you're saying, this is the thing. There's nothing wrong with what you're saying. There's so much passion in your voice. I love it. Here's the challenge though. We have a people in this country that has overcome some impossible odds. We're talking about a powerful group of people. We're talking about a people that are passionate, a people that's determined. But somewhere along the way, we've lost the mission. We forgot the mission, right? This country, this is a race amongst races, a race amongst races. And you have a race of people that are not playing on the same team. This is the problem.
Yes.
This is the problem. What you're saying is not the issue. We're here competing, you guys. This is about competition.
We're at the starting line complaining about the obstacles instead of running the course
together.
Yes.
There's no way. There's no, individuals are doing great. I'm doing good. I'm a middle class guy. I'm doing great. But my people are suffering. Mm-hmm. Right? There's some Black people in this country that are doing really well. There's some Black people in this country that are doing phenomenal. And they move away from the team. What do we have here? White people are not the problem. The problem is you have a group of people who aren't working together. You have a group of people who spend more money than they save. You have a group of people who have so much power and they give it away.
I think
our people were rocked to sleep.
Oh, rocked hard. And then, and God forbid if you try to wake them up. You
I mean, you got to think about it. You see, I mean, it's and they, you know, it's so amazing. You know, they put it right in your face too. I mean, as far as look at all the incentives they just hand to our people. It's a way of continuing to keep us at a level to where we aren't motivated to do anything. You know, we'll sit back and compare. You know, just complain. But it goes back to, like I said, I mean, we're at the starting line. And we know how to run the race. Our the silent generation ran the heck out of the race.
Ran it hard.
You know, they made it to where, you know, we can be sitting here right now doing what we're doing. You know, and it's like when the next generations came along, the baby boomer generation, because they were rocked to sleep so nicely. You know, they engraved that whole mindset of, you know, just go get your education, go get that good job, and it put a lot of our people to sleep. And we're still battling that stuff today, is the fact that our people are still asleep. We're back at the starting line. And instead of trying to come together and figure out how to run the race, we're complaining about the obstacles. We're complaining about the fact that, you know, there's so many people running, you know, so much further ahead of us, when let's partake in that same race that they're running as a community, you know, because again, like I said, we lost our sense of community. It is a mindset. And I just see somebody say it's a mindset. Exactly. It's a mindset that we got to break, you know, and, you know, it's the saddest thing I've ever heard is hearing, you know, another Black person say that the best thing you can do when you make it for the Black community is to move as far away from the Black community as possible. Correct. That is so dangerous, because here's the thing. you know, we have so much power within us. I mean, you know, look what we've really done. Like, I don't even think today's Black people realize how much, you know, work we've put in to help this country be where it is today. You know, again, it's keeping the shade over our eyes. You know, hey, anytime they start making it, you know, they start rising, you know, start to move and start to make progress, let's give them something for free.
Right. How can you? We live in a country where a man can say, if you don't vote for me, you're not Black.
Exactly. And you know what happened? We voted for him.
Not me.
Well, I didn't either. But I'm just saying, as a whole, you know, we can say the exceptions, but as a whole, we as a people voted for him. And I want to go a little bit deeper than that.
Before you dive in there, let me read this real quick. I want people to see this. Listen, what did Bob Marley say? Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Listen, you guys, he was talking about that then. Emancipate yourself, right? From mental slavery. You know, this is the problem. This is a mind game. Tony Lazada said this. Caucasian law enforcement did start out as slave catchers. That's absolutely incorrect.
Yeah, it did. They were there. That's how police started. They were the one. Let me say this, and you tell me if I'm wrong. When they were the slaves, whenever one ran away, they did send them out, and that's how the police got started. Period.
Okay.
They started from chasing slaves that ran from the plantation. I would have ran too. Sure.
All right. I will say this. What you said is inaccurate. I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Why?
Right? Follow me. And this is for everybody who's watching. You're not wrong. It's not accurate. What does that mean? He said Caucasian law enforcement did start out as slave catchers. That's not true. That's not accurate. They dominate the police force around the country. Listen, you guys, white people are 60% of the population. They dominate everything. They're not supreme of anyone. They're not supreme.
They
over
think
anyone.
They are. That's
Doesn't matter
the
what
problem.
they think. No, that's not a problem either.
If they think that they are,
My mom said I can be anything I want to be in this world. And I believed her. Do you see what I'm saying? You can think what you want to think. Perception's reality. It doesn't matter what they think.
Okay, look.
If they want to be unicorns with wings, they can be. If they want to be Care Bears with wings, they can be what they want to. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. It's not their responsibility to take care of Black people. It's Black people's responsibility to take. So you can be who you want to be. We have Black supremacists in this country too. Don't get it twisted.
Right. And I want
a supremacist have to be able to have control over a person. And to be supreme, are you telling me over anything?
Yes. And are you telling me that they're Black? But once again, I said there's nobody supreme over me except for God. This is a mindset.
And I have nobody supreme over me but the Most High also. I agree with that one.
Millennial, you agree?
Yes, but we have to. If they think that like you said they think that they're supreme over us, right? What are we doing as a people to show them that they're not? We walk around, we hold our head down. You know, we don't do anything to change that perception because, again, like you said, perception is reality. The only reason they perceive that they're over us is because we're not doing anything to show them that they're not.
The only power people have is a power that you give them.
That's true.
If the person controls the head, they control the body. This is what we say in martial arts all the time. If I control your head, I can control your body. The strategy is in the mind. If you have the mind, you can do with the body as you want. The issue is this. This person, Tony, said that policing started off as slave catchers. It's not accurate. What are we talking about? Policing started in the North. The South. When the South started coming up with their police departments and they start forming police, what happened? The slave catchers started to sign up and join in on the police department. They became police officers who were once slave catchers. That happened in the South. The North already had police officers. They already had police departments. That is not the origin of policing. I urge you and everyone listening to do the research. It's not anyone's fault. It's not anyone's fault, but what I'm saying is the statement's inaccurate. Slave patrols were already current. Their job was to catch slaves. As police departments formed in the South, these slave patrols started in the Carolinas. Remind you guys, these were all colonies. What happened? The 13 colonies came to this country. They started to have watchmen. They had people who were assigned to patrol the colonies, right? To help out, write tickets for people who were violating laws. But what happened? As the colonies began to grow and their communities grew, the watchmen were no longer able to do their job. Then they ended up having people change their job descriptions, right? Then they start having what they call constables. Then these constables started doing these acts. There were no police officers yet. We're talking about New York. We're talking about Boston. These were the first police departments. These are the first police departments in this country. They are known to be the first, right? What did they do? They set the tone. They started to spread this whole entire concept of law enforcement throughout the colonies. These colonies then became cities. Our Bostons, our New York, the Carolinas, and Georgia. But what did the Carolinas do? When it was time for them to start a police department, who decided to sign up as police officers? The slave patrolmen. Why? Because they were already doing this job.
See, they were already doing the job.
The slave patrolmen integrated into the South's police departments. That is not the origin of policing. That's not the origin, because they didn't create policing. You have to be careful with these words. You have to be careful. Because what you're saying, what Tony just said was Caucasian law enforcement did start out as slave catchers. That's not accurate. That's not where policing came from. Policing started, the first police department, where we're talking Boston, New York, it happened up north. The South used slave patrols as police officers. That's not the same as the North. That's inaccurate to say, because what is being passed on throughout our community? People are saying that policing originated as slave catchers. That's not true. Words matter. Framing and the structuring of words matter. It matters. I challenge you. When you look at it,
let's say we won't call them police.
Okay.
Let's say that, since we're gonna get technical with the word.
Well,
let's say they weren't called police; they were just called nigger catchers.
Okay, so if you say nigger catchers, well, here's the problem with that. That's fine. You can say that, but you have to put it in context. You have to say that the South, as the South was forming their police department, they used slave catchers as police officers. But when you say the origins of policing, those are two totally different things. It's two totally different things. That's like saying Christopher Columbus discovered America. It's not true.
You're right. It's not, because he didn't.
You can't then change it and say, well, technically he found something, but no, he didn't find America though. The origins of policing is not through slavery, slave catchers, slave patrols. That's not true. So the problem is, we have to be, why do I say that? Because it's the lies that are consuming and destroying our community. And if you're not, what does that mean when you tell a Black person that the origins of policing was founded through slave patrol? When you say that, it changes the whole dynamic. The whole dynamic. Then you have a community that's like, well, we don't trust police at all. Why? Because it's rooted in slavery. That's not true. The problem why we're misguided is because of the knowledge, the lack of knowledge. The propaganda is what's killing us in our community. When you turn around and say the police are lynching the community people, that's a lie. It's not true.
Well, I could have been a cop.
Why wouldn't you?
And I chose not to.
I did see that. I saw your comment.
Yeah, I had a police captain, a police chief friend that would have got me in there. But like I told him, I don't want to kill my brother. I don't want to kill my sister. So I'm not going to put myself out there. I don't want to get out there and then I get scared and then I freeze up and my partner get killed. So I had enough.
Can I say something to that?
Go ahead.
You didn't go into law enforcement because you didn't want to kill your brother and your sister. We as a community need to teach that throughout the community. Teach everybody, the rest of us, that fear of killing our own people, because again, you'll be in situations as an officer, period, and even a black officer, and okay, you're not afraid to do what needs to be done in that situation. Best believe, no matter what, on the other end of that weapon, if that other person has a weapon, they don't care what color you are. You're wearing that uniform, they will drop you. We got to teach that through the whole community, that fear, because I agree with you. As an officer, my biggest fear was that I would end up having to do that to someone, and worst off, they look like me. Okay, I never wanted to do that, but that is a reality that comes with the job, and you have to put that in the back of your mind, because if you're going, and it was good that you didn't get into the profession, because that mindset will get you hurt and it will get your partner hurt. So that's something that you would have to put in the back of your mind. But I say that to say this: we as a community need to walk around with that same sense of, I really don't want to hurt my fellow person of color, because again, I can guarantee you these other communities out here, they're yes, they are dropping their people as well, but they are thinking twice before they do it, and we need to move with that same mindset as a whole, not just individuals, because again, like you just said, I agree with you. I don't want to do, I would never want to drop my fellow brother, but my fellow brother will drop me, especially in that uniform, in a heartbeat.
Let me tell you, let me speak on that. Just recently, we had two black people shoot and kill an officer. And I tell people all the time, you guys, listen, we are filling up these prisons because we're walking ourselves in there. We're putting ourselves in these, we're filling these prisons up, our people. But do you see the foolishness that we do? You said you're from Detroit. The crime is out of control. It's our people harming our own people. We look at Philadelphia's murder rate through the roof last year. Over 600-700 people, homicides. These are us. Oh, matter of fact, this is what we're gonna do real quick. David said, "Wow, two people disagreeing without bashing each other," because this is what happens when we bring mature people together, who can look at a situation and not judge one another, and be honest and transparent. Listen,
I want to say something about the
Detroit. Go ahead. While you do that, let me pull this up.
Okay. So yes, I agree, especially in these larger cities, that the crime is out of control, and it is us doing it. But as someone, like I said, I think you said were you from this? Are you born here? No, I don't think. Were you born here?
I was born in Chattanooga, Tennessee, but I was raised in Detroit.
Okay, no, I was just curious. But yeah, I mean, yes, that is a reality. Our people are hurting each other up there, but we have to dig deeper and figure out why. Because again, let's go back to when they had jobs and they had resources. Our people, in a sense, in those areas, are in survival mode. They're just, unfortunately, we are subject to the violence of our own people. But again, it goes back to what I said earlier. We've been rocked to sleep for so long that our people don't even, they don't have the resources to leave. And so they're just fending for survival, period. And if it comes, by means of hurting your own people, it is what it is. That's just what's going to happen there. So we really can't say, we got to go deeper into, and I'm speaking on what you said, Nathan, because the crime rates, when we're saying it's just black people doing this, black people need to stop. Well, okay, let's figure out a way to put those resources back in there to help them. So I do, I have to push back on that a little bit, because I do agree with that, because we are going to look at stats and the stats show that, but we have to understand why that's going on. There's the lack of resources to help the people there, which will help curb, some of that violence, some of that crime, because people, and from what I've seen, when it comes to dealing with criminals, like I said, because we both, you was an officer, I was an officer, and a lot of times some of the things that we run across, the reasons behind why people are doing things is because of a lack of resources, and they just don't know what to do. So they just essentially going for what they know, as we call it.
Exactly. And if I know that a lot of the resources have been taken out of the Black neighborhoods, they used to.
Did we lose her?
I think so.
All right. While she's gone, wait for her to come back up. Let me. Jocelyn Farmer put the one. Shout out to you, Jocelyn. I appreciate that. Listen, you guys, welcome to the channel. If you guys are new, and if you're in, please hit the like button. And you guys, give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. Lioness, are you back?
Yeah, I must hit the wrong button.
All right.
Sorry.
All right, you guys. I think I pulled this up real quick. I'm going to leave you up. I'm going to pull this screen up more so people can see what we're looking at. How does this work? All right. Let's take a look at this real quick. This is Philadelphia in 2021. We're looking at the crime. This shows you the map of everybody shot, everybody killed. This is 486 fatalities, shooting victims in Philadelphia. Non-fatal shootings, 1,846 people that were shot that did not die. But then there's a total of, there's a total of 562 homicides in 2021. Let's scroll down. Let's look at the actual demographics of this. Non-fatal. They say 155 people who were shot were non-white, were white, not Hispanic. 205 were Hispanic. 1,959 people who were shot in Philadelphia were African American. What's the age group? If we come right over here in the age group, this is the age group 18 to 30, 1,200 people. 1,200 people between the ages of 18 and 30 were victims, you guys. This is the problem. 84% of the people who were shot and killed, people who were victims of gun violence in Philadelphia, were African American, you guys. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is our people. This is our people. Again, 1,959 people. They're all Black. These are Black victims. There's a video that just got released recently about, let me pull you guys back up. There was a video that was released recently about a shooting. It was about 6 or 7 people, they're all African Americans, shooting in Philly. And they shot over 80 rounds at one another. And I'm going to do a video on it, just talking about the violence that's in our own community. When we talk about resources in a community, this has nothing to do with behavior. We're talking, there's 2 totally different problems. There's an issue with the issues are with the households. The issue is with the education. We have to get to the root of the problem. We have a segment in our community that's pretty much doomed and done for. We need to start paying attention to the children. How do we intervene with the children? How do we get the education together? How do we get them to start loving one another? Listen, almost 2,000 people shot, victims. These are, and see, this pales in comparison to what police are doing to Black people. On average, we're talking about 200 people lose their lives. African Americans lose their lives because of a police encounter. 200. Mind you, this is Philly. This is one city. Let's not even talk about Georgia. What is the governor doing in Georgia? He's getting ready to push this constitutional carry bill where it allows people to just carry a gun. You don't have to have a permit for it. Why? Because the crime is out of control, you guys. Yep. This is Philly. You want to know what Chicago looks like? It's off the chain. Chicago's worse than Philly.
And I want to speak on those the resources. So when because I heard you mention that again. So when I said that the resources are in the community, when I say resources, especially when you said the education part, here's something that we have to realize, and a lot of people know this, a lot of people don't. You know, when you have an area in a community, you know, where there's no home ownership and the value of those homes are low, those tax dollars fund the schools. When there's no money in the community, there's only but so much resources and, you know, money that can be allocated to educate the people in that area. So the next generation to come will continue to be stunted because there's no money there to educate them. We all know, you know, that's why you have certain areas of towns that have better schools. Look at the homes around those schools. You'll see that those homes are more affluent. There's more money there. And when there's more money, there's more taxes, which pays for better teachers, better resources to go to the schools. So that's one of the resources that was stripped, is the fact that there's no home ownership. Why is there no home ownership in the Black community? Because there's no work opportunity. There's no good paying jobs in the community. And the fact that our people was essentially rocked to sleep, we don't even dream of becoming business owners en masse like the other communities do. So we just rely on the system to take care of us. So that's another reason why when I say resources were stripped from the community. Well, let's talk about Detroit. When you had those car factories, our people were employed. They had better schools, they had better education. But when those big jobs left, look what happened to the city. The city actually went bankrupt. You know why? Because our people was rocked to sleep by good jobs. And when those good jobs left, people gave up hope. They didn't know what to do. So that was another resource that was stripped from our people at no cost of our own. So we have to connect that with the crime. There's no jobs there. This was all, I mean, we don't know what to do. And because our people were not trained on becoming business owners. Our people have been separated so much. When you snatch the jobs from the community, when you snatch the home ownership, when, you know, the generation before left nothing to the next generation to come, we're a permanent class of consumers. We're not building anything. We're stuck. So we cannot just blame it on, you know, our people. We got to look at everything else that happened to put us in that position.
Exactly.
And so, you know, I agree with a lot of your points, but like I said, we as a people now, you know, the best thing that could have ever happened to our people was the internet, because you know what, the internet was the great equalizer, you know, because all of this information and knowledge that we, you know, have now that we didn't have before was trapped in institutions. It was trapped in schools. It was trapped in places where our people were kept from. We need to teach our people to utilize the great equalizer, the internet. You know, because that information is no longer trapped.
I'm going to say something that I'm going to bring up something that you said about Detroit and about the resources, because the resources was there. Now, I'm not going to tell my age or anything like that, but once I say this, you might be able to put me in an age bracket. But Detroit was actually doing quite well when Coleman A. Young was there. Now, when Reagan was in office, Reagan had a little problem with Coleman, and he told Coleman, I'll never help Detroit, ever. And he never did. No money came from the government for Detroit until Obama got in there to put money in there to save the auto industry, period. You had Kwame Kilpatrick. Now, I'm saying this, yes, we do have a lot of our, I don't even know what to call it as far as the mentality. But we do have some people that get in positions of authority that have the wrong mentality. Like I would say, Kwame Kilpatrick got in there. His mom was the great person in Congress at the time, but he got in there because his mother was in there. He lost it as the mayor, and he did a lot of things that hurt Detroit. And I was really pissed off, even though it was a white collar crime. And they do allow a lot of white folks to get away with a lot of white collar crime. I was still pissed off at Trump that he allowed Kilpatrick out. And because I know what Kilpatrick did to Detroit. I know how it destroyed the families in Detroit. And I say this also, Obama helped destroy a lot of black folks when he bailed out the doggone banks and not the people with their homes. He destroyed more black folks, taking their homes from them than anybody ever did. Now, I didn't, I voted for Obama because I was blinded by his skin color.
There
Okay.
we go.
Just to be
Keep it
honest.
real. Let's keep it real.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he destroyed more, and a lot of black folks right now to the day don't even know how bad he destroyed them.
Whew. I didn't say it, you guys. See, I'm trying to be careful.
Said it.
It's another way to, again, rock our people to sleep. Hey,
Yeah.
we put a black man in office. Stop tripping. We did what y'all wanted. Go back to sleep. One thing that a lot of our people don't pay attention to, and it's something that I saw during the Obama administration. Did anybody else notice how many companies started coming out and started advertising these reverse mortgages? Do people understand what a reverse mortgage is and what it does? It's another way to strip the wealth from the community. I know so many older, some of our elders, black people who signed up for those, and that was another way to take wealth out of the black community. They were hitting black communities hard with reverse mortgages. And for those who don't know what that is, you got a home that you may, that's in the family, you own the home. They'll go to the elders and say, hey, look, Social Security ain't paying you enough. Your retirement, you don't even have a retirement. Let us give you XYZ money a month. We're going to keep putting money in your pocket. You're going to own your home. But you know what? When you pass on, that home becomes ours. That was going on so much during the Obama administration. And I'm not going to say that it tied into it. But what I'm saying is our people, once again, were rocked to sleep by, it's that escapism, put a black person in office, escapism, rocked to sleep. We're not paying attention to what's going on. I'm telling you, this stuff runs deep, man.
It does. Let me, I think, who was this? I don't think it's Christopher Thompson said, I don't think it's always resources. No, the problem that plagues the black community is a multitude of issues, and everything needs to be implemented simultaneously. That's how bad the problem is. It's so pervasive. The issues in our community are so pervasive. There's so many issues, like everything has to be done at the same time. You can't miss the mark. If you guys want to jump on the live, I'm gonna drop the link real quick. Or Gail, if you could put the link. I see the programmer X. If you want to come on, please jump on. Would love to hear your thoughts. I'm going through the comment section real quick, so I want to make sure I catch. Let's see what people are saying. There's a multitude of problems, you guys. It's not one thing, but it's a lot of things. I think my issue, one of the biggest reasons why I started this channel, is to really provide insight into law enforcement, but then also to help teach our community that that police are not the reason why we're having these bad encounters with the police. We got to talk about accountability. The police issue is an issue within itself. It's going to be a lot harder to fix. We're not going to just be able to fix a police problem overnight, just like we can't fix the black community, the issues in the black community overnight. I think what we don't like to talk about in our community is accountability. We don't want to hold our own people accountable for doing wrong, for doing any type of injustices. We want to try to justify why Pookie and Ray may have did this or did that. We want to try to defend this person because they're our cousin, it's our brother, instead of holding people accountable, saying, listen, a lot of people in our community are not robbing, stealing, and shooting one another because they can't put food on the table. And that's one of the things that I realized when I started doing this profession, that it wasn't even about that. A lot of times it was about acquiring material things because they want to look a certain way. They want to stunt. They want these Jordan tennis shoes. They want these name brand clothes. It has nothing to do with survival. That's the biggest misconception. So I patrolled a community that was middle class community, and we're still acting silly.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I have my brother.
Mm-hmm.
Now, God rest his soul. He's not with us anymore. But because the things that he did do, he did get involved in drugs. Okay. And our family did you know, try to do everything that we could to help him. And my brother would consider what the police department would have considered a habitual criminal.
Right.
And he was an habitual criminal only because he did get involved with drugs, okay? So if drugs wasn't there, I'm not saying that he wouldn't have gotten in trouble with something else. But I would have probably, in my heart and probably in our families, when I talked to my family, we would have thought that he probably would have been taken out by a cop. But he wasn't. He was taken out by one of our own. And the case is going on right now, okay? And we thought that maybe the guy would just go on and take a plea deal and just call it a day because, you know, we know he did it. Everybody know he did it, you know, and a female got caught up in it as being a obstruction of justice because she hid the gun.
Okay.
I don't know how she got in it. I don't know what kind of relationship she got with the guy or whatever. But the thing is, it's all about drugs. And like I said earlier, we didn't put the drugs in our neighborhood. I can't blame I can blame the guy for pulling the trigger because he could have talked it out. My brother never carried a gun. Okay, and he never pulled a gun out on anybody. But for somebody to feel like, you know, we can't handle this situation by talking or coming to some kind of conclusion without you pulling out a gun and shooting me, you know, that's the problem.
Yes, let me touch on that real quick. And then I want to talk about what Kathy Ship is saying. Listen, you guys, if you want to talk, I see some good conversations in the chat. Would love to hear your voice, right? We have a link where you can come up and have a discussion if you disagree with what I'm saying. I'm not here to tell you how to think. I'm just here to provide insight. I'm here to bring out conversations that we always try to scurry away from, right? We talk about, a lot of times people want to hear about this comparison between white and black. We talk about, again, like we said, Lioness, what is the issue? You just brought up a very important thing. You said, listen, you had a family member who was committing a lot of crimes that the police would assume and say this person was a criminal, right? And you guys feared his life being taken from the police. When he turned around, his life was taken by someone who looked just like him. This is a problem in our community. This is a real issue. We look at how many homicides occur in the white community on an annual basis. On average, how many of their own people do they kill annually? We look at it. It's about approximately 4,000, 4,500. You guys could do the research. Approximately 4,000 people, white homicides a year. Mind you, there's 60% of this population. Then you turn around and you say, okay, well, how many people do black people kill homicide-wise in their own communities? 7,500 on average. 7,500. You guys, the problem is we're 13%. The majority of the people being killed are men. Men represent 6% of the 13. This is the problem. This is the problem. So even in the comment section, people were saying, well, what about white people killing us? No, they're not. That's not the problem. What is the leading cause of death in the black community? It's us, you guys. It's self-inflicted. If we don't talk about these things, how can we fix them? If we run from these conversations, we don't address them. Right. The leading cause of death. We die more by the things we put in our mouths. We die more because of the way we speak, the things that come out of our mouths, the words that we use with one another. We die more because of this finger right here, gun violence. This little finger right here is taking more black lives. Nobody wants to talk about it. No one wants to talk about the abortions. Listen, you guys, we've been stagnant. We've been 13% for a long time. You're killing.
I think it's more than 13%. I think that's just, you know, it's nowhere in the world we could be 13%. We were 13%, 20 years ago.
That's true. I question
We're
that.
still 13%. We're in metropolitan areas. That's why we don't see it. The rest of America does not look like us. We're in the areas where we're comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that, you know, we really need to realize how much we really do care about our people, because for the most part, we stay around our people.
We're not everywhere, you guys. We are not everywhere. We are in small pockets. 13% is not a lot. This 13% is not a lot. You have the Hispanic community that's past us already. There was a time when I was younger where they were under us in percentage-wise population. Why is that? They're not murdering their people in high numbers. They're not dying because of diet issues, right? They're not committing suicide in high numbers. They're not aborting babies in high numbers. You guys, this is the truth.
Well, abortion was put in our neighborhood for specific, just so good.
Yeah.
If you go back to Margaret Sanger and her father and Bill Gates, they were all in the eugenics thing, and it was said that we were weeds that needed to be exterminated.
Correct.
Period.
So and here's the problem that I have with our community. And you said it earlier when you said people put drugs in our community. The power of being able to just put a gun in the middle of the room, knowing that someone's going to pick it up and use it on the person that's also in the room. This is the problem. So we blame the person who brought the gun and not the person who pulled the trigger. This is the problem. Accountability. I spoke to drug dealers all the time. And what's interesting about them is I always ask them, do you ever feel some kind of way that you're poisoning the people in your community? And they say, no. It's about money.
But why exactly? Why? No resources. Again, because I mean, I got to push back on that one a little bit because I've had the same conversations with the same drug dealers, and you're right. They do say that they don't care that they're hurting their own people, but we got to dig a little bit deeper and say why. Right. Well, you know what? What else do I have to do? We got to talk about the felons. You know, what opportunities do they have? We know how easy it is for people who look like us to get tied up in the criminal justice system, and you have that target on your back, and walking around with a criminal record for the average black man is just like walking around in a police uniform. I did it as well, so I completely understand it. And like we were talking about with the drugs and the gun comparison, yes, we get it. But those drugs were put there in the community. But why? You know why the drugs were put there in the community? And you know what was crazy? They put the drugs there and let people sell them, make their money, no intervention. They gave us just enough rope to do what? Hang ourselves. They wanted the inner cities back. Look at what's going on in around the country with all the gentrification that was going on. All of this stuff was strategically planned.
It was strategic.
They drop the drugs there, get them on the drugs, lock them up, come in, take this, take back what you allowed them to have, because before no one wanted inner city. White flight was real. Everybody moved outside of the communities. You had your suburbs. You had the FDA loans, which I want people to really realize what those FDA loans are. It aided in white flight. When white people wanted to get away from black people and let them have the inner cities, they gave them the ability of zero down loans to move away from us. Well, now they want those areas back. They want to come back and, like I said, the black people came in, they snatched the resources away. They allowed that area to be worth less. And so they took the people out, made it cheaper so they can come back in and afford it and take it back. So again, they put those drugs there because they took the jobs away. Here, give them some drugs, let them make money that way, and give them just enough rope to hang themselves. Now, with the gun part, I agree with you on that one. But on that topic of drugs, man, that was strategic.
It's all strategic, though. I mean, everything is strategic, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we need a permanent underclass. Come on, you guys. This is economics 101. The thing is this, again, this is a race between races. And we have black people who aren't playing on the team. This is the problem.
I think you got black people playing on the team. I think that it's just so many of them that need to catch up, and they so far behind that I don't think that they're going to catch up. I think that some of them are so stuck in their ways and they don't see no way out. And because they don't see no way out, they just continue to do the things that they do. And the TV isn't a help because it's programming them to stay in the situations that they in. And as far as the gentrification now, I lived in Detroit, and when I lived in Detroit, it was beautiful. And then after, I think it was Governor Engler that got in there when he started taking, like you say, the resources. When he started taking the resources away, the Detroit started going down. The property started going down. They didn't put any more money in the neighborhoods. They didn't put any money in the city. They just kept taking and taking and taking. And then what they did, they wanted to bring in another plant, and they just call themselves gonna buy up all the property. And when the people didn't want to sell the property, they took it with intimate what is it, the domain eminent domain. Yeah, they took a lot of the property for eminent domain. And then a lot of the Black folks finally said, okay, I'm just gonna get up and leave. And when they got up and left, they let the city just sit in blight for years. And then all of a sudden, you had all these real estate people that was coming in, buying up all the property, but they were buying up under the property under assumed names, and they wasn't letting, they was letting the property still just sit until they decided, okay, now this is what we're going to do. Now, all of a sudden, see, it's always been about the water rights in Detroit. They always wanted the water, the Detroit River, okay? They always wanted, and they could never get it as long as the Black man was sitting in any kind of office. That's why they had to get rid of them all. Once they got rid of them all, now you got the last 2 or 3 people that's been in office is white. They found the way to take the water finally. So Detroit really doesn't have anything to bargain with anymore. And the thing about it also with that is now you can go in there now and a house that looks the same 10 years ago is worth over $100,000 now because they want to bring the white folks back in. And the white folks is the only one that's got that kind of money to pay for those kind of houses in Detroit.
So let me ask you this, because me123 left an interesting comment. She said, lack of resources and hundreds of years of oppression is why violence exists. We have been indoctrinated to devalue one another. She's right. And there's more layers to that. There's more layers to that. But whose responsibility is it to fix the problem? This is where people don't like to have the conversation. I hear what everybody's saying. Someone in the comments.
It's everybody's responsibility.
Who's everybody?
Well, I would say in our community, like, you know, okay, here we do have like a.
I'm talking skin color talk now.
I'm talking about in our neighborhood. Yeah, black
white people.
White
people. You said white people should be responsible for fixing our problems?
No, I didn't say that. I said we.
No, we're responsible for it. But here's the thing: a lot of us, again, it goes back to what I said earlier. As a people, we know we're responsible for fixing our problems. We got to get past the whole looking at the obstacle and not wanting to run the race. And because though we know we're responsible for fixing our problems, in a way, we still expect someone to help us. We got to stop expecting the outside communities to help us, and we got to do it ourselves. But we are responsible for fixing the damage that has, that was caused to us, by no means of our own. It's okay, but we got to get to a point to where we care about ourselves enough to, just say, you know what, goes back to that, almost like that, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Okay, what happened to the Black community? It's not our fault. But no one's going to fix it. So how about we just come together and fix it? Now, the question is how?
Well, the how is easy. I think that the how is easy. People smarter than us, me, you, and a lot of other people put together who are professionals in this space have already come up with the solution. They know what needs to be fixed. It's not so much the how, it's whether or not we're going to do it, right? You said something earlier that I have to write down because you're absolutely right. There's a lack of a mission. Right? There's a lack of purpose that our community has. Without purpose, Ice Cube did something during the election time. He said, listen, you guys, we need to come up with a list of demands that we're going to give these politicians, no matter what, left or right, and they need to address these issues that we want if they want to have our vote. And our own people drug him in the mud.
Sure did.
People. And what he was saying was That's the mindset you're supposed to have, that you need to have in order to fix this problem. What did they do to Ice Cube? They dragged him.
And he's
Because he
been
called
one that's
out the
been
lack
put
of he called out the lack of accountability.
Yeah, and he was
you
talking.
cannot en masse call out the lack of accountability in the Black community, and it's sad.
And our people
you can't
did
call it out.
So the problem isn't that we don't know the answer. I was on a live stream the other night, and we're having a conversation about how to fix some of these issues in the Black community with promiscuous and children out of wedlock. We're having conversations like that. And I said, women have the power. Women have the power.
I agree 100%.
If women make unfortunately, I'm not going to rehash it on here because I know it's grossly off topic. But if a person has the power to make the change, and we know that if we implement this strategy, it will work. The question is, are people willing to do it? People forget about how the civil rights movement went down. People forget. What are they forgetting? That everybody was on the same page. We had a mission. You had something to fight for. What are Black people fighting for right now? The proof that white supremacy is flawed, the whole argument, ideology is flawed because you have successful Black people in this country. It's only relative to a select few of people. It's based on your perception. You have people from Africa dying to get over here to this country. They're not concerned about perceived white supremacy or racism. They come over here to make money, you guys. Money talks.
I don't think it's about a perceived racism or the Black man being oppressed by the white man. Yes, that is the appearance because that is what has happened, because you can't hold somebody in oppression if you don't have the finances to do it. And the Black person does not have the finances to hold another person in oppression. If I brought you in my house and I locked you up and I had the wherewithal that you couldn't leave, you were definitely my prisoner or my slave. That's one thing. But if just look at Wall Street, look at Black Wall Street, look at Rosewood. We didn't do that to ourselves.
Correct. Well, I mean, there's a history of white people interfering with the growth and the progress of Black Americans. This is true.
And that's all I'm saying.
But it's more than just Rosewood. It's more than just Black Wall Street. It's a lot of cities. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And you would think that would be a telltale sign that we need to come together like never before, right? You guys remember we spend over trillions of dollars a year. Mm-hmm. They need us. Could you imagine a day without an African American, right? Could you imagine? Listen, this is how powerful this whole thing is. And I'm gonna get you in, Kathy. Thank you for joining us. This is how powerful this situation is. What would it look like if Black people all got together and say we're leaving the United States? Do you know what would happen? There would be campaigns on how they can keep Black people. There would be campaigns on, hey, okay, what were y'all asking for? Reparations? Okay, where's the check? Let me get the checkbook. We need you guys. They need us here.
You got to think about this.
They need us here. They're doing just enough to keep us happy, but just enough to make sure we don't leave. God forbid if Black people decide to up and leave, we would never do it. Because there's a fear there. Again, there's this addiction. There's this addiction to the idea of white supremacy. You need somebody to blame. Listen, if Black people all decide to get up and leave the country, I'm telling you right now, where's all this entertainment and music and shows, all these wonderful ideas, all the athletes? There's 70-80% of the NFL players are African American. What's football and basketball without African Americans? Please tell me.
There's so many industries that would fall if we left. And we have the power to all these things that we won't. Yes. Well, not even that. Well, maybe not. I'm not going to say the get up and leave part, but we have the power to make some of the changes we want happen if we came together. I mean, because think about this. Look at some of the businesses that exist heavily in Black communities that don't exist anywhere else. I want you to go to some of these white communities and find the amount of pawn shops that they have there versus the amount of that are in our communities. Go find some of the amount of liquor stores. We are consumers. They know in the Black community, and here's the craziest thing about it. In our community, most of the time, the only businesses you see ran by people who look like us in our community is either a church or a funeral home. Everything else in the Black community is ran by people who don't look like us. And if we actually came together, we could let Black people leave, man. I'm telling you, they would rally to give us reparations, because they know there's so many brands who are, $1 billion brands heavily because of our spending habits. So we have the power. We just got to come together, and we got to get back on a mission again, because that's what was lost, the mission.
Yes, the mission was lost. Let me get Kathy. Kathy, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I can hear you now. How you doing, Kathy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm only going to make two statements.
Right.
This here platform is super, so continue this work. But I have several disagreements.
That's fine.
I come from a family of police officers, from captains to patrolmen. And I was born and raised and educated in Philadelphia. And based on their story, they were told to target the one brother, when crack was very high all across the Black communities. They were targeted to lock them out, lock people up.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we're dealing with an opioid addiction, the same officer, my brother, they're not told to lock their family members up. Mm-hmm. They are to take them to treatment centers.
Yep.
So when you talk about resources in the community, you need to be very mindful that Black people of America, in America, which are byproduct of slavery, which is all of us that are on here, when the Emancipation Proclamation was abolished, we were the only skilled laborers. Mm-hmm. That's why Black Wall Street was such a historical moment. We were the bankers. We had our own time. We didn't become dependent until they start destroying these people, destroying the slaves once they got out of enslavement. So when you go through, we always fought for our freedom. Even in slavery, we did. But with police officers, I truly believe that I respect the police officers, because I want my brothers to come home every night. But again, they need to police the same way in every neighborhood.
Yes.
It's not because there's more urban neighborhoods, because more than likely, if you run the federal stats, not city stats, but federal stats, you will see that white American kills a lot more people.
Yes.
And very few Black people do mass killings. You may say, oh, Philly had so many murders in one day, but you tell me how many mass shootings where they took out 200 and 300 people at one time. Okay, they need to control the guns. I guarantee you, I can't go to 52nd and Market Street and buy a handgun. I'm telling you that. And it's not because I can't afford one. They don't sell guns in the Black neighborhood. So you go to these folks who's buying up these guns. That's my only point. We as Black people, we are strong. We've already made our staple on America. Give us the justice. Treat us equally according to the law. Mm-hmm. And I'm from Philadelphia. All of my father owned his home since he came up from South Carolina, and he's still alive, and he's 93 years old. He raised 6 sons. None of them did a stint in jail. Okay, so this here stereotype, they talk about black neighborhoods. It's not there. I feel comfortable walking in Philadelphia. I grew up there. And my brothers, they patrol the streets. Black folks got it going on. We just want equality. Treat us the same way you would treat people on the main line who beat up their wife, shoot up the whole family, and they call that a mental problem. You know, we got to be right. Or, you know, this conversation is not going to show change. We got to fight for what is right. Because that guy who shot up his whole family on the main line, who was white, he went to a mental facility. That officer didn't take him down to jail. I'm just saying. So that's it. You guys keep up the great work.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you so much. Kathy's right. I mean, the the issues with how you doing, Common Man 80? How you doing, sir?
Hey, I'm all right. How about you, man? Glad to meet you.
I'm glad to meet you too, brother. Welcome to the channel. What are your thoughts? I know we've kind of segued. I know it's so funny when we have these conversations about the situation like Ahmaud Arbery. We're talking about the McMichaels. We're talking about the conviction. And then it always leads us down a rabbit hole because I guess the bigger picture is, Black people are concerned about how we're treated in this country. We're concerned about law enforcement. We're concerned about, the court system. We're concerned about corrections. So this conversation always circles around to how do we make things better for ourselves in this? How do we make it better for us to operate, manage, and live? Because again, like Miss Kathy said, we just want we want equality. We want equitable treatment. We want the same outcomes. We don't want people who have different skin color, different money to have better outcomes than the rest of us. What are your thoughts? I know we've talked about a lot though, but go ahead and share your thoughts.
Well, the only way to solve the problem is like I put it inside the post over here. So we're gonna have to go inside the Black family, dissect the Black family, but that's where it all starts at, and see, and then ask the question, why is it like this? We have to first find out why it's like this, because we talk a lot about us killing us. We don't look at the specifics.
Okay.
Like I put in the post, like I put inside the chat section before. I said you don't see 60-year-old and above men going out killing each other. You see,
Correct.
You have to ask the question why. Why is that? You see, why is it always young men, between the age of 35 and something like 15? Why is it that? What changed in those generations that caused these young men to feel they could kill each other for simple reasons? It's never anything important. It's not, it's not like they're breaking in your house. It's because they're fighting over a neighborhood where nobody owns anything in the neighborhood. Nobody owns any stores, nobody owns any apartment buildings, nobody owns any houses, but they're fighting over a neighborhood. You see, they kill each other because we can go to the red-blue thing. Because he wore a red shirt in a blue neighborhood. I mean, where is the common sense there? And how did that get started? You see,
exactly.
So until we raise to go inside, start inside the home, dissect what's happening inside that home, and see what's going on, we're never gonna find the problem. Because everything inside the home comes out in the street sooner or later. You see what I mean? So if you get inside the home, then when they come into the street, you have a totally different neighborhood, totally different environment where we live at. That's just started. See, but we don't do that. We have this tendency to blame everybody else. We have to look at ourselves. As Michael Jackson said, the man in the mirror. We have to look at ourselves, not just the men. I don't just mean men, but men and women. We have to look at ourselves and say, why is my child act like this? What did I do wrong to make my child act like this? My child, children don't grow up crazy. Children are a product of what they see, product of the environment which they grow up in.
This is why I agree. Millennial Mark TV made a statement earlier, and he said, you know, we need resources in our community, but those resources, they look a lot of different. They look a lot of different ways, because the problem again is the home structure is broken. The family homes are so broken in our community, you guys. I like what Me123 says. She said we need the resource to fix it, Nathan. Yeah, desperation breeds violence, but they're not desperate. They're not desperate. You know, the problem is it's a without having we're talking about hundreds of homes with no fathers. And then you say, okay, well, we just don't need any fathers, right? You just can't just have any fathers. You need good fathers, because Black men are actually very active in their homes with their children, right? They're actually really.
Can I just interject there?
Go ahead.
You're right. We need the father in the home, and you know what? They know we need the father in the home. That's why they put the fathers in jail.
Yes, but the fathers put themselves in jail. The fathers.
Well, you know what? The father might have put himself in jail because he might have did something, but we really don't know why each and every person do the things that they do. Like the man said earlier, if it's no resources, if he can't get a job, and if he can't feed his family, what's the first thing he gonna do? He gonna try to find some kind of money so he can feed his family.
Okay,
and that's what they do. That's the whole conquering divide right there.
Yes.
Break the Black family up, take the man out, and then turn the woman against her own man. That is the problem.
It is, and look how powerful that strategy works. It works, and
it goes back to the Great Society.
Man,
it goes back to the Great Society.
Yeah, I mean the people behind
when getting the Black man out the house was incentivized,
and you got paid
for it. You got paid to get rid of the Black man. But I really want to speak on something.
It wasn't that they got paid to get rid of the Black man. It was that that's what they had to do. Okay, you can say that they were paid. They weren't paid. What it was is they were put in a situation in order for the woman to take care of her children. She could not have the Black man in the house. It wasn't that she was paid.
That's an incentive. Black men were in the household before that incentive. Black women were not out here struggling en masse as single mothers before the Great Society, because we still needed each other. And Black people were progressing at a rate that was scaring them. So they came up with a program, and they knew the only thing they had to do was to dangle money out there. And that's what separated the community. That was the Great Society is what started the breakdown of the Black family. And I want to speak on what the other panel guest stated when he was talking about we need to dissect the Black community. The Black community has already been dissected.
Yes,
so when the older generation say that, you know, we need to look and figure out why the 15 to 35-year-olds are doing this and the 50 plus, 60 plus year olds aren't. Unfortunately, a lot of them were in jail. They missed all of those years. So they're not going to go out here and do something to put themselves in a place that they don't want to go back. They also grew up in an era to where it looked like Black men were getting snatched up left and right. So they steer away from that stuff. And one final thing, as far as like the gangs and why, you know, young Black men are hurting each other over red versus blue. Well, one thing that even a gang has that's stronger than the Black community is a sense of belonging and a sense of community. The gang structure is tighter, is more tight knit than the Black community. Yes. And so that's why they go and they do these things, because a lot of young Black men want to feel a sense of belonging. And when they don't feel that in the home, they go and find it in the streets. So it goes back to the Black community need to come back together, get on a mission so that we can fix our community. Because I promise you, these young Black men, and myself, I've dealt with them, Nathan's dealt with them. These guys are doing this stuff for attention.
Yep.
Again, because they
where the fathers where would they tell them? Because see, you're an officer. I don't know what state you worked in.
North Carolina.
North Carolina. How many fathers were present when you're dealing with Black men, Black boys?
Rare.
Thank you.
Rare.
You guys, listen, this is the problem. We could say now, you know, the data is very interesting because we know Black fathers want to be with their kids. We know this. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about how amazing Black men are to their children. We're talking about their character, right? We're talking about absent fathers. What does that look? Oh yeah, I hear you, brother. I got you. I'm about to bring you up. B1. There you go. Listen, what's the problem? We need quality Black fathers in the home, right? Who are leading by example. I've seen Black fathers too. I've seen the ones that were teaching their children how to be criminals, right? Where did I learn this behavior from? My father. Where's his father at? He's in prison. He's been in and out of prison. He loves his son though, right? The love is there. The teaching is flawed. What is the problem? We have some people in our community, they're on the right train, but on the wrong track. This is the problem. So it's not that we just need fathers. It's not that we just need Black mentors. We have Black mentors. You got your LeBron James. You got we got some other imbeciles out here who have no business speaking towards the issues, right? We have real Black mentors who don't get any attention in our community. The ones that we should be learning and listening to. Those who are doing the jobs, who are working the professions. But we lean towards entertainers and rappers, right? This is where our young men and young women are getting this information from. This is what's.
But you know why? You know why they lean towards that? Because they see more of that than they see a man at home. Let me ask you this, because I experienced this so much as an officer, as a Black officer, when dealing with young Black men who were troubled, young Black boys. Man, let me tell you something. When you sit down and have a heart-to-heart conversation with these young Black guys, they look at you almost like a father, but because you're not in their face every single day, and you're not there, and they don't have someone like you who can be in their face, because they will sit down and talk to you. I had this one individual that broke my heart to see him end up, taking somebody else's life, and he's gone for the rest of his life. This kid gave me no problems, but he was a hellion in the community. But every time I dealt with him, this kid would talk to me, and I would have heart-to-heart conversations. But the fact that there is no Black man, a positive, strong, role model in his face on a consistent basis, is why every time I would have a conversation with him, he'd have a little spark of hope and then turn around and go back to what he knows. Because again, that's not in front of him every single day. The Black man needs to be involved. And if it's not going to be a father, it needs to be the Black man as a community. It needs to be a Black man as a community, being in the faces of these young guys, because I'm telling you, they want Black male attention. They crave the authority. That's why they join the gangs. That's why there's such a hierarchy in gangs. People respect authority. And the Black male need to step back up to the plate and assume the position of the authority among other Black men and Black boys, and stop expecting others to do it for us. We as Black men need to do that, because I would deal with that all the time, dealing with so many young Black men who just needed a consistent, positive Black male figure in their life. I know for a fact that kid's life, I know he wouldn't be in prison right now if he had someone like myself in his face. And Black men, I know we hate to hear this, and this is something that's preached a lot in our community. Black men need to marry some of these women with children, even if they're not their children, and we push back against it. But I'm telling you, man, please. I mean, I'm mixed on that, but we need to be. These kids need positive Black male role models. I'll say that.
All right, I'll speak on that. Our community is in such disarray. We can't afford not to marry our women, right? We can't afford to push our women aside who do have kids, and treat them like outcasts. Because the reality is our community is on life support. But at the same time, we also need to teach our men discipline, sexual discipline, right? So then, and on top of that, we need to teach our women sexual discipline. And so we need to start educating our women to value their bodies and value their womb, right? And so there's a lot of things that we need to be reprogrammed. We need to redefine what it means to be Black in this country. We need to actually establish a Black culture, and then we need to apply it.
And stay on code with it.
And stay on code. And because here's the thing, someone talked about resources. Listen, me123, I like her comments. She needs to cam up. She said they owe us. Everyone else gets reparations. Listen, you guys, let me give you a public service announcement. There is no reparations coming. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. That's it. It's over with. So be done with that conversation. Guess what? No one wants us to succeed. Why? Because they need a bottom underclass in this country. Right?
Exactly.
This is how you feed the machine. Again, this is teamwork. This is a mission. It's a race between races. Let the best race win. This is competitive. This country is about competition. The color that matters is green. We're the only ones that's not playing on the team properly. It's our fault. We got to get it together. It's no one else's responsibility. No one's going to fix it. Stop begging other people to educate your children.
And
All
you're
right, let
right about the education part, because if you look at it, that's how they really beat us.
yeah.
Can I say something,
so
please? Can I
many
say something?
areas.
Can I say
Hey,
something,
hold on,
please?
Linus, let me get this brother in because he was waiting. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Chief.
The worst thing that we let them do is teach us.
I didn't say it.
The worst thing
said
that
exactly.
ever happened is that we let them teach us, because it caused so much turmoil in our own lives, in our own existence, right? We have to get back to loving on each other, right? See, our problem is, okay, so there's so much mental illness happening in our community, right? But the sad part is that we was never taught that we need to go get some help, right? We was always in our community. We was taught, oh, nah, that ain't nothing. Shut up. That's our problem. We all going through mental illness. We're all going through PTSD, and none of us think that going to get some help is going to freaking help. I'm going to say this right here, right now. We need to be our healers.
Yes.
Instead of wanting to go to somebody else who don't look like your ass, we need to help each other. We need to love each other enough to sit back and listen. And that's all I really got to say.
I mean, you said a lot. I mean, but the reality is that's true. You guys, again, this is a team effort. We're not operating as a team. We're not. As a community, we're just not, you guys. This is someone said about
each other to take resources from their own community. We do that a lot. We will hurt each other to take resources from our own community. It goes as you selling drugs to, shooting up a block because you want that block. We're the only community that do that. So I wholeheartedly agree with what you just said. We need to heal from within. We need to stay on code just like they'll stay on code. Like I said earlier, they will cuss each other out up and down the street, but at the end of the day,
they can beat each other. They can beat each other up.
Yes.
But I guarantee if you do something, they're gonna come together and get on your ass.
Yes.
But we won't do that. We won't do that.
Well, see, and I think, someone mentioned resources, and Gail, what did Gail at Night say? She said, we can start by stop lining their pockets and buying all of this name brand stuff. You guys, this is the problem. We have extremely educated people. You know who designed the Chrysler 300? It was an African-American man.
Yes.
You know how easy
a lot of this shit that's been designed is because of us.
Yeah. The reality is
who's making the money from that design?
You
see what I'm saying?
I know, I get it.
We're smart people, but we keep giving away
our
pearls. No,
they stole our stuff and patented it.
A lot of times we give it away. A lot of times we give it away just for a paycheck. We get a little paycheck, right? And then they go and they turn it around and they flip it, right? Listen, we can't be mad at them for that. But then that goes back to resources. Because if we had the resources, we'd bring it out ourselves, right?
It goes back to that one Negro at a time mentality. We will sell our brother out for chicken change in a heartbeat.
Chicken change. Hold on. Shout out to Friendsgiving. Thank you so much, Friendsgiving. She said, great dialogue, Nathan. Excellent panel. Thank you so much, you guys, for donating to the chat, these super chats. You guys, I'm definitely grateful. And we need more conversation like this. And I know we kind of veered off a little bit, but again, this is what happens, right? This stuff speaks to a bigger issue when we're talking about the plight of Black people in this country. What is the reality? People say resources. We have to start looking at how do we do for ourselves. What happens when you have a community and you have a business in that community, like a laundromat? You have a laundromat, you have a gas station, you have the cleaners, you have the beauty supply store, you have the supermarket. Black people can create these own things for ourselves. And what happens when you do that? You're providing these jobs. You're giving these jobs to people who look like you. If I create a supermarket, it's not hard, you guys. It's really not hard. You have your own supermarket. You bring in the food into the supermarket from the different vendors. You stock the shelves. And then what happens? I decided to hire people who live in the community. I'm giving them jobs now. What are we doing now? We are asking people who don't look like us to give us jobs, to provide jobs for us. If you create your own businesses and you put those businesses, go ahead, sir. Let me hear what you got to say.
For me?
No, common man. What are you talking? What you saying?
Okay, am I unmuted?
No, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I was the brother here who was talking about we need to teach ourselves. Okay. Do you know that all of the I guess you call them charter or private schools that's run by Black people, they have like a 99% graduation rate of high school, and a 99% of all of the students inside those schools go to college. Okay, but they have Black teachers, Black principals across the board. Okay, so you have to ask that question: why? What's being taught in this white school that's or what's not being taught in this white school that's being taught in this Black school? Why is there such a wide difference? And parents are fighting each other to get their kids into these schools. Okay, we have to ask that question: why? You see, now, and as far as us growing our own, that's the way I say it. Okay, that's one of the major problems. We don't trust each other with each other. You see, we would go to a bodega or a Hindu store and walk past the Black store, even though he's selling the same thing as both stores. You see, why? That's taught from childhood. That don't go to that store, don't go in there. There's something wrong with that. His ice is colder over there. You see what I mean? Or his vegetables are greener over there, even though he got them from the same place. And that's taught from childhood.
Right.
You see, that's taught from childhood. Now, as far as the brother was saying, when they moved us into the inner cities during the late 50s, 60s, okay, he said that we were put there. Okay, they put us in there. Yes, they were. They did put us in there. They put us in there. I wanted to just get this out to you. I'll forgive me for now. I was in the military. I'm 60, by the way. Okay, they put us in those cities for specific reasons. Okay, you have to understand. This may be a little long-winded, but you have to understand. After World War II, we dropped a bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. We thought for sure we were going to get bombed by Russia. We thought for sure we were going to get bombed by Russia. Or America thought we would get bombed by Russia sooner or later. So what did they do? They put they wanted to solve two problems. All right, protect the white people and get rid of the Black people. So who do the military bomb? They bombed the cities. You understand? So they allowed us to go into the cities. So in case we did get bombed, or America did get bombed, they would bomb the cities, and it would solve the problem, getting rid of a large number of Black people, okay, and keep the white people safe. Everybody think it was, that they were doing us a favor by putting us in the city. That wasn't the reason. I'm telling you, this was top secret. Okay, the reason they put us in the city was because they thought we were going to get nuked. We would get nuked by Russia. They thought we were, but it never happened. So now they want the cities back. And if you know, they pushing the Black out into the suburbs.
Let me ask you this. Let me pause you there, because looking up brought up a very good statement. I'm a very solution-based person. Every time I'm thinking about problems, even with law enforcement, even with the conditions with stuff in our community, I'm all about solutions, because listen, people smarter than me have already come up with the solution. They already know what needs to be done. People already examine the Black community. There's no need to do any more examining. You know what the issues are. Now, she says, looking up says, nobody's talking about solutions much. What is the solution? If we talk about the solutions to Black problems, here's the thing, it needs to be a domino effect. A lot of people are talking about, oh, we need to fix this, fix that. No. You fix the core and let everything else trickle down and fix itself. That's how you make real solutions. What do you have to say about that, RR Realized TV? What is the solutions? Give me something. I can't say quick, but give me something you think is the core.
I named one already, right?
All right.
Actually, I named two. Stop letting them teach us
Mm.
and be our own therapists.
All right.
All right. That means love on each other more. All right. Now you asked for three. I'll give you one more.
All right.
We have to stop acting like these people are superior to us.
Woo! I
They're
said it
not.
earlier.
They're
Listen.
not.
All right. Pause it right there. Pause it right there. Listen, you guys. White supremacy. No white person is supreme of anybody.
They're only superior to you if you let them be.
Stop letting people tell you that. White people are loving people. They're nice people. I love them. I have white friends. They're not supreme over me. God is the one supreme. Let this be the 2022 energy that you bring into this year.
Hey,
Nobody.
2022, look at you. Okay, stop looking for God. Hold on, y'all. Stop looking for God in a damn book. Stop looking for God in a building. Stop looking for God in a man. The only place you're gonna find God is in yourself.
Listen, this brother, hey.
Yes.
Pass that collection plate, y'all. Stop playing with me.
No, that's so true. And I want to add a fifth thing to what he was saying.
I want you to give me your three. Give me your three, because we're talking. So this is solution talk now. Because if we have solutions, things like Ahmaud Arbery wouldn't happen, right? Things like Ahmaud Arbery wouldn't happen. Things like Breonna Taylor wouldn't happen. So let's have solution talk. What are your three things? I like what our Realized TV said. He said, listen, we need to educate our own people. This is true, you guys. How do you complain about white supremacy? How do you complain about white privilege? How do you say white people are bad people? Then you beg them to teach your people. Make it make sense. Go ahead, sir. Let me hear what you got to say.
So I agree with a lot of his solutions, as far as the education, as far as we need to, almost in a sense, fellowship among our community and stop going outside of the community to try to look for individual help. The problem is within. Let's fix the problem within, teaching our own people. But one thing as far as resources goes, we need to get back to not being afraid as a whole, as a people, of anything and everything that looks like hard work. Our people seems to run away from anything that looks like hard work. And I got a shirt behind me that really speaks on what I'm all about. And I don't know if you can see what it says, but it says, F a job, get a skill. We need to get back to teaching our people how to take advantage of the money out here that can be made through hard work. Let's stop looking for someone to give us a job. This system is so smart that they allowed us to go out here and get into all this college debt. And so now you have a situation where the population is overeducated and they can, again, be selective on who they hire. So why not start teaching our own people how to create our own businesses? That's what, and not even to try to shout out, my channel, but that's what I do. I teach our people how to get out here and get into some industries that will pay us the kind of money that we don't even know exist. We got to stop relying on everybody else to give us something. We got to start being, being willing to go out here and just do the work. The silent generation did the work so that the baby boomers can achieve even better than them. But what did they do? They got rocked to sleep by, everything that was allowed for them to do. So we need to start, just like I said, being willing to work, because again, hard work indeed work, indeed work. And you get out what you put in. And a lot of times, I'm telling you, just because, like I said, I'm in the millennial group, and we look at stuff, we look for fast money and that hustle culture, and that stuff is tearing us apart.
It is.
We need to learn how to be committed and get to it and stop relying on someone else to give us a job. Okay, we need to become our own job, and we need to teach our people how to do the same thing, because a lot of times, especially in the Black community, when one Black person makes it, they do not help the people below. What I do is I'm helping people and pulling them up as well. And we need to do that as a whole.
Yes, please. So
the problem is, right? This game of chess, right? Your ass ain't nothing but a piece on the board. We need to stop being pieces on the board and be the players in the game.
Hey,
yes.
Well said.
Yes.
That's why I tell young Black men today, young Black men who's coming up today, I said, the hard work nowadays and for your future, 20s and up, I said, for your future, it's no longer backbreaking and killing yourself anymore, because all those jobs are gone. Okay, the warehouse jobs and all that stuff. I said, your job, your hard work now is intellectual. You got to learn how to use your head. Okay, I said, what now, since you're starting to work, What you're gonna have to start doing is learn to invest your money so your money can work for you. You don't sit there. You're not gonna be killing yourself and working till you're 60 years old. I'll give you a prime example. The teenagers in England, the young black teenagers in England, they took investing as a game. The same way you would play online one of these video games. They took investing as a game. They started with like about $30. They took it as a game, and they made money at, like competing against each other on how much money they could make by investing. They didn't know that, to them, it wasn't like they were doing to build their future. It started as a game using their computers to not realize and build their future. See, that's what we have to teach our children here in America. We need to teach them to use their heads so they don't have to be this beast of burden. You understand? They can use their heads so they don't have to listen to Mr. White Man's gotta be to work at 6 o'clock. You see what I mean? And then if he's late, he's scared. He don't have to go up, or she don't have to go up to be afraid if they miss this much rent, they're gonna be kicked in the street. You see? That's why I tell them you have to be intellectual, you have to grow not only physically, of course, but you have to work hard intellectually.
Can I say something? Can I say something, please, brother? Please. I don't mean to cut you off, but can I please say this? Listen, you threw me the alley-oop. Can I dunk this motherfucker since you threw the alley-oop? Let me say this. We need to stop this motherfucking notion that, because you speak well, because you're intelligent, because you know a little something, that, he acting white. What kind of bullshit is that? But we never say that. How is it that because I'm intelligent or that I speak well, I'm acting white? Why in the fuck equate having knowledge? Why? But we do that to each other. We need to stop doing that shit.
Yeah. So let me say this. Before I speak on that, what you said, you're absolutely right. That speaks to the brainwashing, the ignorance in our community, right? Where I had to, you guys don't know, I used to speak very bad. When I was in California, I had to take a language course. It was me, like 4 Hispanic kids and 2 Asian kids, because my English was bad. My accent was bad. So listen, this is what happens. I worked hard to be able to be very articulate. And then I go into my own people, around my own people who look like me. And then what do they say? I sound white. What does that mean? Then education is shunned in our community. Those who are nerds are isolated, right? We have a community where people can pick and choose if you're black or not, right? You tell a black person you don't eat chicken wings, right? Like you don't fit this stereotype. They say, hey, listen, you can't be black. I got to take your black card. Hey, you have white friends. You can't hang out with us anymore. You're not black. Hey, you're married to a white woman. You're dating white women or an Asian woman or Hispanic woman. You violated the rules of being black. Who came up with this, right? This is the problem in our community. It's ignorance, you guys, right? So before we dive into that, let me see, and that's crazy because I'm 35, and so I had this going up in middle school and high school.
This is carried over from slavery. All of this goes back. It's that crab in the bucket mentality. Anytime somebody else goes to step outside the box, they are shunned, and other communities do it, but I mean, we do it bad. And I didn't want to jump in front of him. I got to hop off here. I really appreciate
shout the channel out real quick. Let people know where they can find you. And then if Gail, if the moderators can put your channel in the chat, please, you guys check out Millennial Mark TV. Go ahead and shout your channel for us.
Yeah. All right. So my channel is Millennial Mark TV. Basically, the whole premise behind my channel is introducing our people into some of the businesses that exist out here that maybe we didn't know about, that we were redlined from. But there are industries out here, in particular, the one that I'm in, which is the floor cleaning and restoration industry, that you can literally get out here and within 18 months, you can be doing $1,000 a day. Go check my channel out. I'm bringing people into this industry, people that look like myself, because when I got into this industry, I learned real quick that particular niche within the floor cleaning and restoration industry is not dominated by people that look like us, and I am one of the few.
That's what's up. Thank you so much, Millennial Mark.
Hell yeah, bro. That's what's up, man. That's what's up, bro. Hey, congratulations to you, bro. Congratulations to you, bro.
Appreciate it. And I hope to see you guys on another stream. But I really appreciate it.
One more thing, please. Before you go, one more thing. We need to understand that words are curses, okay? There's 2 words I want y'all to stop saying. I want y'all to stop saying black, okay? Because black means death or dead. right?
Or
And
not, or
family,
not there.
and family.
Void.
Family means fucking it. Y'all, come on now. It means slave. Stop saying family. Family means slave. Stop saying family and stop saying black, y'all. But you know what? I love you guys. Hey, bro, thanks for having me up. Man, look, you don't even know how much I appreciate this, man. I've been watching you for a minute, and I'm ecstatic, man, just to be up here. Stop saying black. Stop saying family. Black means death. Family means slave. Get those two words out of your vocabulary.
Powerful.
I like it. I like it.
Appreciate
Hey,
it,
I'll
brother.
see you
Appreciate
guys
it.
on another stream.
All right, Millennial. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you guys.
All right, now.
That brother was he was right about those words. I gotta look into the family piece, but I do know about the word black. It means dark, void, absent, and you're right, he's right. That's a deeper conversation when you speak these words over yourself constantly. What does white mean? What does white mean?
Well,
Pure.
void of color too, also,
It
because
does
if
mean.
that's when you go. That's how I was gonna say earlier how they beat us with intelligence or whatever. It's because if you go back into Black's law and you look at color black, that's why they don't recognize us because they don't see us as being a people, being black.
We're gonna have to have that conversation on here about the power of words, because another thing that I'm going to talk about, I'm actually going to do a show on, a video I'm working on, is the word thug and what it means and what the origins of the word thug and where it came from. A lot of people don't know that word has power. That word thug came from ancient India. It came from a cult called the Thuggies. And the Thuggies were like assassins. They were murderers. And the nickname Thuggies, that's where the word thug originated from. And then if you Google thug on the computer, on the internet, you see a bunch of black faces. Thugs were murderers, they were killers in India. They were a part of a cult. And so it's deep, you guys, when we use these words and we label ourselves with this power in words. I tell people that all the time. Let me introduce you guys to Sportsadelic. We're actually going to do a live stream next week. Sportsadelic, let me get you on here. What are your thoughts? I know we've been all over the place on this conversation. It always ends. We start talking about police stuff and then community, and we get into black power and all kind of stuff. What you got for us? I see you driving.
Well, first of all, hello to everyone. Happy New Year. Yeah, I was listening. I was like, okay, it's intense. It's intense on the show tonight. Um, I There's just really two things that I want to say. Um, I do believe that knowledge is power, and I do understand how we got here. And when I say we, our race, I understand how it all evolved with the classes of race, why it was necessary to have, because when we talk about the oppression that may or may not exist, uh, it really boils down to gene pool. It was all about protecting their own race and procreating. Just the dominant genes versus recessive genes. It's really that deep. And had not been for slavery, everything would be mixed up. There wouldn't be any classes of race and this person is black, this was white. It wouldn't be any of that because no one would have put in an infrastructure to say otherwise anyway.
Right.
So I understand the big piece of it. But with my background being, psychology and therapy, I really wanted to. I've been out celebrating. I literally was out celebrating this verdict today in the sentencing because I had no doubt. I had no doubt. I was never concerned. And you know how we attack one another. People were like thinking I'm crazy and I'm stupid because it's 11 white jurors to one black. It's over with. And I said no because again, part of my education is I understand what's going on with certain age groups. And when I seen the age group of the jury, I said, oh no, That's that age group that's not playing that.
Mm-hmm.
They're not into that race and admonishing people, and then we're always so quick as Black people to see the negative. This was
Right.
just wrong, and I was confident that this is wrong. Nobody's going to look at this and say that this is right. Not
Correct.
11 people. They're not going to look at this and say that this is okay, this is right, and this is what's going to happen. We know that there are some people that may not have wanted to see the sentencing and the verdict the way that it was. That's their issue. And I do agree that I've not ever let anybody tell me that you are anything other than superior.
Right.
I've never subscribed to, oh well, white supremacy. I was always like, well, what is that? Because I'm a Black supremacist. I mean,
Right.
I am. I'm like, how did you just by virtue of our skin tone being different, I'm inferior, and I could never cop to that.
It don't even make
I could
sense.
just never. I could never cop to that,
Right.
and I experienced the same thing. Oh well, you talk like you're white,
Mm.
and I said, okay, well, especially being from New York, I did not know when I moved, back to the South that, and I say back to the South because I don't care where you really grew up. I think your origin is probably going to be traced back to the South. But I did not know that I was supposed to say hot dog over Frank. I didn't know that I couldn't pronounce disease in Pisa. And so it's like, oh, you're trying to talk like you white. And I said, see, you've been brainwashed. That's what's wrong. That's what's going on with you. And I'm not going to subscribe to this nonsense, this ridiculous thinking, because that's what it is. And we talked about it just the other night.
Mm-hmm.
White privilege, Black privilege, Asian privilege, whatever you perceive something to be, that's what it is.
Correct.
It exists in your own mind. And I
Correct.
agree with what the gentleman said. We're not just inferior just by virtue because someone says so. That
Right.
just doesn't make sense.
Doesn't even make sense. Doesn't make
And we
sense.
have to. I don't know. I don't know what the resolutions are. I don't know how we just can't love and support and appreciate and pull our resources together. As
So
African
simple.
Americans,
So
I
simple.
just don't know.
It's so
And because
simple.
if we took like and by me being, sportsadelic, sports played a big part of my life, but sports is very much involved in a lot of aspects of what goes on in the world. But a lot of people don't recognize that, right down to marketing, because what do? They take the best Black athlete and they make millions of dollars marketing and whatever narrative they want to put out there. They literally use us to market to us, and sometimes the narrative is just messed up, but we
Can
fall for it.
I just want to add something to what you just said, because it just made me think about as we talking about the slave thing. It's the same thing. It's almost like when with the celebrity or the basketball players or the sports. It's almost the auction block.
Mm.
Right. And it is because I play basketball at Clemson University, and I had on a T-shirt that said, "Can I further my education at a white university?" And on the back it said, "Hell no." And of course, this is how I ended up meeting the president of the school.
Mm.
I had to go report, to the president. And it's like, okay, what is this? What is going on type thing. And I said, look, I was educated when I got here. The only thing, the only thing that I'm doing, is specializing in something that I don't know about. But I'm not going to be just smarter just because I'm here. And the reason why I didn't choose a HBCU is because the HBCU didn't choose me. You know, and I could spin it a different way. I could say, you know, I'm living out the dream. You know, I go to this white school because Martin Luther King fought so I could be able to go to this school. You know, if we're going to cut it, you know, in that direction, you know, but when we talk about our African American community, we have to start talking about, why do we always fall for the bullshit? Why do we always fall for the bullshit? Why? We won't stand for nothing, but we seem to be able to just fall for everything. And then the blame game. There's some things that we can't overcome. It's a fact. We don't own anything of any magnitude to bring about change.
Exactly.
And Nathan, I told you this. It's something as simple as your vehicle. When somebody get in your car, if you don't allow eating in your car, you're going to tell them, hey, if you're going to ride with me, you can't eat in my car. And so you can't get upset if you choose to stay in the car and try to force the person to let you eat in their car. That's what we do as African Americans with these systems, you know, and these processes. It's built and it may be set up for others to benefit. Don't be mad about it. You should know that before you get in there. Hey, it's not designed for you.
Exactly.
You know, so get in where you can kind of fit in, but understand it's not designed for you. And just like you're not going to let somebody tell you what they're going to do in your car, well, they're not either. So why don't we build these platforms? Why don't we build these businesses, you know, carve off our little piece of the world? And that's what I loved about Auburn Avenue here in Atlanta back in the day. It was Black owned all the way down the street, and it was all good. We, you know, Selma, that march was about showing that the Black dollar had power. You know, we're going to start carpooling. We're not going to use your buses. We're not going to use your taxis. We're going to figure this out. We'll walk, whatever. And then now it became a problem when the white guy can no longer feed his family because he's not getting those Black dollars. You know, so we know that our dollars have power, but it's just something about us. We just don't feel like we are worth a damn if we are not intermixing with everybody else.
No, I would say, and I want to touch on this too, real quick. India Williams, this must be a soul sister. I can tell by the avatar and the comments. She's making some really good points in the comment section. I would love for her to come up and express her thoughts. You know, the thing is, I mean, there's a lot, right? And she says it starts with Black men, right? We were talking about solutions earlier. She said it starts with Black men. Stand up, go back home to your children. See, this isn't accurate. This isn't an accurate statement, and I'm going to say why. Because in our community, we have it's the Black community has turned into more of a matriarchy, right? We have a lot of Black men who have abandoned their homes. We have a lot of women who have picked poorly. You know, they're picking the wrong men that they're having children with, right? The same men that our women are complaining about, the women have raised, right? So when you're talking about men, go stand up and get back to your home. Who raised these men you're complaining about, right? This is a problem. So we're talking about a deeper issue. It's just not so simple to say, Black men, get up and go back to your homes. The men are running from their homes because they're having issues with the women that they've laid down with. The women have picked poorly. They're passing up on quality men who have the qualities to be fathers, who want to be fathers. But a lot of our women go towards these rappers, these thugs, these gangsters.
May I say something, Nathan?
Mm-hmm.
And I say this
out of love. I know. Go ahead.
And when I say this, understand I'm making a point.
Nah, you good. You know, I know you good.
How many men have you dated and laid down with? None, right? And
right.
I'm saying that to say this.
I know what you mean.
A woman, you know, or have you ever not exactly been straight up with a woman, when you was trying to accomplish something, whether that's get money, get some ass, whatever you're trying to accomplish. A woman doesn't lay down and have a child with a guy that she thinks she's going to have to raise on her own.
Correct.
Because that's not the messaging that you're getting when you're with this guy. Because if you see a woman, a homeless woman on the streets, I promise you, you can trace back 7 different men in her life that has failed her, starting with her father. And what I'm saying is, if we go back to slavery, it was weakened. There was a time when the black man wouldn't dare have left his family. They snatched him out. So a woman became independent by default. She made her sons docile so they wouldn't be killed. And docile isn't necessarily, depending on the situation, a good thing. But there was a time when black men or African American men, it was a shame if they couldn't take care of their family. They wanted their woman in the house and raising the children, and we're going to stay, together. Right. So I think there's a whole lot of other variables. To your point, yes, sometimes, like, no disrespect, like Future. I don't blame Future, the rapper, for anything that goes on, because Future was very honest. Hey, I don't believe in birth control. I don't believe in condoms. I want as many seeds. I want to leave as many kids on this earth as I can. He put it out there. So he never talked about
So whose fault is it?
Never talked.
So whose fault is it?
No, at that point, if you choose that particular guy, if you choose the guy, but what I'm saying to you, Nathan, is he was honest about who he is.
All right. So you're okay. So we're making two distinctions here. We're talking about men who are finessing women, and then we're talking about men who are men, and women can see clearly that this man is not qualified to be a father, but yet you want his seed. What is happening?
Yeah, I don't feel sorry for those if they're honest with you. Hey, look, I'm no good.
So you're not okay with
get married.
All right. So here's the problem. You're not okay with men who are lying and finessing. This is what men do. Here's the problem. Women control the access to sex. Women control the access to their body. A woman's body, her choice. Women cannot, right? Women have the power. Why do you think in our culture and other cultures and how things were in the black community? Remember, we in the 60s, we're doing just fine, you guys. What happened? The father, the brothers, the uncles would help a woman vet for a man. What did you have to do as a man? There was a shame. There was a shame thing that went on in our community where if you wanted to have a child, if you wanted to do these things, you got married, right? We've taken those things out of our community. It no longer matters. It doesn't matter. Right. So when we talk about men who walk around our communities as vultures, looking and preying on women just for sex, then you just look at the woman and say, okay, what does the woman want? What does she want? Right. Women control their own bodies. And so when you have a situation where we have a single mother, I guess you would say epidemic, you have a problem in our community where we have women who are having kids and they're not married. And we know that this is also a big indicator for poverty, right? We know there's a problem with this when these things line up this way. I'm not blaming women. What I'm saying is we have men in our communities that don't have any discipline, no sexual discipline. We have women that women that allow themselves to be manipulated by men for sex. We have now.
You do know, Nathan, but you do know that there are more Caucasian single women on welfare and public assistance programs than African American women. Now, that's the facts that are being put out.
But that's not what we're talking about. Because see, we can't fix white people's problems. Their problems are none of our business. We're talking about black problems. We're talking about what goes on in the black community.
Well, no, but my point is, I don't think it's a black or white problem, is what I'm saying.
Right, but
because the data is telling us it's not a black or white problem. It's the same thing going on in these communities. So it's deeper than the race, is what I'm saying. I think
it's always deeper than the race. This is an American culture problem. Because see, single motherhood is impacting white Americans too, right? So we know this to be true. The problem is that what impacts white people? If white people catch a cold, black people catch Ebola, right? This is what the reality is. These things hurt our community 100 times. White women started the feminist movement. Black women got involved, and it decimated our community. So when we start looking at these things, you have white women on welfare. But when black women on welfare, look at the damage it's created. Everything hurts us 100 times more. We're not talking about white people's problems because we don't have the power to fix it. Right? We're talking about what the issues are in our community. So, no, first of all, yes, white people commit more crimes. White people have this more. Yeah, they're the more everything. Why? They're 60%. So, of course, they're going to always be in the higher number of everything. The problem is our numbers are too high and we're too small of a people. That's the problem.
It is not just that. They focus on us, period. I don't care what it is. We're going to be in the news before anybody be in the news. Even if we're not involved in it, they'll go and get some. They bring somebody up just to talk about, as long as they our color. They focus on us, period. I don't care what's going on out here in this world. They're going to put somebody black out there first. And hopefully it's the one that looks the worst.
Well, we know why that happened. The same reason why the brothers died first in the movies, you guys. Listen, if you don't own anything, you don't control anything. What does Natalie B say? You guys know my channel is very diverse. I have people from all over, right? Natalie B says it's an American problem. Women need to be educated about choices. She's absolutely correct.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's not. It's not black women. It's an American problem with women.
It is an American problem. It's an American Western culture problem, and we know this, and we know why it is. It's deeper than that. This is an American problem. The problem, what I'm saying is, we weren't talking about white people, though. It was what I'm saying. The problem is an American problem. What is the problem with the black community? We don't have our own culture that defines how we need to act amongst one another. We don't have a defined culture that says, how do we need to address each other on a gender level? How do we, as men, deal with our women with respect? How, as women, do we deal with our men with respect? What does intimacy look like? What does marriage look like? What is the purpose of marriage? We have to redefine these things because it's out of whack, right? So yes, really Western culture is a problem, and it's causing a lot of issues with American families. The divorce rates are through the roof. Right? Infidelity is through the roof, right? People have lost the desire to be together. You know, there's an epidemic even within the white community with birth, white women giving birth. The birth rate has dropped significantly in the white community, right? People aren't talking about these things.
Nathan, I wanted you to take me down and cycle someone else in. I'm still listening, but I'm getting ready to walk in the store. No, I'm still going to be listening. I just wanted you to let somebody else in. I just wanted to say my piece. Like I said, Happy New Year to everyone. And I'm still listening. And I might chime back in, but I'm still listening.
Just jump back. Okay? Just jump back up when you get in if we're still here.
I will. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right. I see Mr. X. Mr. X, I can't bring you got your camera up, Mr. X, or you? Let me see. Wait for me before I pull you up. And we got to do these things now because folks be on here acting crazy. Listen, you guys, we know I'm not going to stay too much longer, but there's a lot of issues. You know, we do have an American problem, right? This, you know, American culture. I always say there's like this Western entitlement thing that goes on. We've gotten so far away from tradition. Traditions are there for a reason. Traditions have been here for a reason, and they work. We've gotten away from those things. We've taken the shame and the embarrassment out of certain things and behaviors, and because of that, people are wilding out. You know, women. I like what A. Hill says. As a woman, we have learned to deceive ourselves. You know, men can be deceptive. You guys, why is that? We have made. I know this is off topic. But we have made, we've just gotten so cavalier with everything. Nothing's sacred anymore. You know, when you downplay and you take things out, you take the shame out of certain things, you take the embarrassment, you know, no one cares. Everyone's doing what they want to do. You know, society's out of control, you guys. There's no direction. You know, everybody is hurting behind this. It's just that the Black community hurts more because we just have a lot more stuff that we need to be taking care of. Amen. American culture is twisted. Here she goes again. Yeah, Natalie's on point. So, she said, "Man, American culture is so twisted. It's amazing. It's amazing anyone makes it." So she's absolutely right, because American culture is so rooted and surrounded by greed. Everybody just cares about money. You know. What's up, Patrice? Patricia. I'm sorry. Hey Nathan. Hey everyone. Happy New Year's, everybody who's new. If you're in the chat, welcome to the channel. Those who are new, thank you guys so much. I got Mr. X. Let's see what Mr. X is talking about. Mr. X, welcome to the channel. What you got for us?
Finally allowed to come up and say something. Can you hear me?
Did I miss you last time? Were you on one of my last live streams?
It's programming X. I've been talking in a thing for a while now.
Oh yeah, I've been trying to get you on, man. I've been
Your statistics are faulty, man. What are you talking about?
All right, throw the numbers out. Which parts?
You said okay. Let's
start. Let's start one at a time. One at a time.
How are you saying? Okay, you said something about the. Yes, I can't even.
Now,
you said,
Mr. X, you can't come up here and say my stuff's faulty. You got to come with the info, brother. I'm all for it. Listen, if I get it wrong, I'll get it wrong. Let's correct it. I don't have. There's no shame in it. I'm not here to be right. I'm here to be accurate. So if there's something if I misspoke on something, yeah, call me out. I don't mind.
I'm just. What is your issue with the slave catcher thing? It's like you have a big issue with that whole statement.
No, I don't want to. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't want to make you feel some type of way by me trying to correct that. So is it an issue?
No. Let me make an announcement real quick before you get started. Listen, you guys, I am not perfect. I'm here to give insight. Okay. I'm just a voice of reason. I'm here to have a discussion. I'm here to talk about things that are uncomfortable, that people feel uncomfortable talking about. I'm not here to be right. I'm here to be accurate. If you see something that I say and it's not accurate, please help me, correct me. Why? Because I don't want to go around sounding stupid, right? So if I say something and I misspeak on something, please call me out. I have no problem with that. There's no ego here, all right? So Mr. X, welcome to the channel. I've been asking you to come up because, you've been very vocal, and I want people who have a lot to say to come up here and talk. So Mr. Common Man, I'm going to bring you down. I'm gonna keep you in the back. I'm gonna bring you down, but I want you to stay for this conversation, okay? All right, I'm gonna bring Linus down. So hold on. One. All right, Mr. X. Now, Mr. X, I do have a policy though. I have a policy. If people want to debate me, they have to be on. They got to be on cam. I can't talk to darkness.
Okay, that's one thing. It's late. I told you what time.
All right. I'll give you that pass. This
for the night.
I know you are. You good, brother. Go ahead.
Broadcast in the morning. I got you.
We'll
do this.
You good. Now go ahead with your what you're talking about. You're saying the issue with the slave catcher, right?
Let me see.
I made a statement that you said I don't like the challenge of the slave catcher statement, correct?
Yeah. I'm trying to see where you got your facts from, because I'm trying to, like you said, it came out from the north. Is that correct? Or did I misunderstand where you said that?
No, tell me what you have an issue with what I said, so that I can make sure I can address it properly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So so you saying that it didn't derive out of the South? The slave catcher didn't come from the South; it came from the North. And what I'm saying, my position would be okay.
I didn't say that. I said slave catching. The origins of slave catching came from the South, out of the South, right? Slave catching didn't exist in the North.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you would say that slave catching. Okay, so would you say slave catching derived from policing?
Right. So here's what happened. The conversation was about there's a misconception. Someone made a statement, and then there's also a misconception in the Black community that the origins of policing is from slave catching. I said that's not accurate. You say it wasn't true. I said that's not accurate. There's a difference. We have to be careful with how we say certain things because words matter. The way you frame a statement matters. I push back on the accuracy of the statement. Not that slave catching didn't exist. Not that slave catchers weren't in the police force. I said that's not the origins of policing. Does that make sense?
So you saying the first? Okay.
Does that make sense? Can we agree to that?
Yeah, well, I'm just making sure I got everything you saying. So can I send you something? Is your email open right now?
My email's open. You can send me anything you want. I want to hear what you have
Okay.
to say because you said
Okay.
that I was inaccurate about some information. I want to
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
All right.
yeah. I'm making sure I understand everything you said correctly before I do this.
Before you run me down. Let me hear what
was it? You said something else. It was something else about blacks and
we got to
something
focus.
numbers.
We got to focus one at a time, one thing at a time, because I don't want to jump around. Let's clear this slave catching thing first before we move on, because people are watching. People want to hear, right? So let's focus on one thing at a time. What is the origins of policing? Is slave catching the origins of policing? I said no, it's not. What are your thoughts on that?
My opinion is that if you saying that how you saying it, I can't disagree I can say that if you saying that what was happening in the South was
Now,
not
Mr.
policing.
X. Now, Mr.
Are
X.
you saying what was happening in the South wasn't policing? Or is that the title when you saying that when they deputized the people to go out and catch the people, they wasn't formally as a deputy, they wasn't a sheriff, that wasn't police in your opinion? Is that what you're saying?
First, let's focus on one thing at a time before we move to that. All right.
I'm saying when you saying, because they was deputizing the people and saying you can go hunt these people down. When they in the process of them doing that, are you saying that they wasn't acting as a sheriff?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the conversation is what is the origins of policing? Are you saying the origins of policing derived from slave patrol? Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you is that what you saying?
All right. No, it ain't about what you say. I'm saying you over here. You sound like my little brother. That's how my little brother be playing in his arguments. Is that what you said? No. What did I say? I said the origins of policing have nothing to do with slave patrols. So that's what I said. So do you agree or disagree?
I'm asking you is when they deputize people, it's a simple. I'm trying to see if that's when you considering. If you don't consider that them when they start deputizing the people and saying you got the right to do this. If you're not considering that as, then I don't have an argument in this. If you say that you are considering that, then we can go to the next part. But I need to know if you consider that as being a part of this. If not, then I can't say nothing.
You can't say nothing now.
Because I mean you can't if you can say that, okay, so when they was deputizing the people, they wasn't police in your opinion.
No, they were. We're not. That's not my argument. My argument is about the origin of policing. Did policing derive from slave catching? We have to start with this because this is where your argument originated from. What does Tamika say? She says, what is the origin of the police force? This is the conversation we're having, Mr. X. I'm telling you that the origins of policing did not come from slave catching. We have to first agree to that or disagree before we move on. You're talking about, you disagree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So now let's talk about it.
I consider when they were doing that, when the people were deputizing and they was going all up and down, Even when they was doing with the Indians, and they was doing stuff like I consider that all being when they was doing the slave stuff and they were doing all the other stuff. I consider that to be, you know, as sheriffs. I consider that to go farther
Right.
farther back.
But that has nothing to do with the origins, though. What you're talking about is whether or not it happened. And yes, it did happen. You had regular people who operated as slave patrols in the South, right? In the South.
It was before that.
Listen, no, listen. Those weren't police officers. What you're trying to say is you're trying to define something that hadn't existed yet. Police officers, policing and police departments existed at a specific point in time in history. What you're saying is because these people were acting like cops before they became cops means that this is the origin, and that's not how it worked. Because you had a person who was, we're going by definition.
Okay.
All right, we're going by definition. What you're saying is accurate. I'm gonna tell you why what you're saying is accurate, but I'm gonna explain to you why you misunderstand the conversation. What you're saying is there were people who were acting in a particular capacity before even the idea and the notion of law enforcement was created. So to your point, yes, you're right. You had people who were doing law enforcement stuff. They were doing stuff, right? I'm saying, when did policing start? What is the origins of policing? It's very clear.
I'm saying,
history defines it very clearly.
Okay, but what I'm saying is it transformed. So that was the argument I was trying to make.
No, you're not making an argument. That's called moving the goalpost, right? Because
no, I'm saying
this is what they did. I'm gonna tell you what they did because I know the history. This is what they did. When police departments formed in the South, because they already existed in the North. This is where policing came from: Boston, New York, Chicago. These are the founding fathers, I guess you could say, of policing in this country, right?
If you want to call what happened in the 1890s, that's when they started.
You're not listening, Mr. X. You're not listening. So
are you saying you saying 1890s is when they started the police?
You're not listening.
Is that your guy?
No. See what you're trying to do. Right? Because you're looking at something in the moment and you're trying to read off of something to challenge what I'm telling you. This is what
your
I'm saying.
Information is 1890s. It started in Philadelphia, right?
What is the first police department?
I'm asking you, is that what you're saying? It started in Philadelphia somewhere
New
up
York,
north, 1890s.
New York, and then Boston.
Okay. But my suggestion is it came before that, but you saying that don't count.
You're talking on the origins of policing,
right? I'm saying that so you saying what was happening before, because it didn't have a name, it don't count.
No, when
you say something derived from something, you saying it's the origins of something. Let's say perfect example. You can say that somebody got the way that they speak or the language.
Mm-hmm.
I say it came from this, but because you say it's a different language or you say something else, it can still come from something, and it would be from there. I'm saying that it wasn't called that at the time, but because it was the same acts, it was the same thing. But you saying that don't count.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, and this is the difference. What you're talking about is because you had a group of people who were acting in a particular way. You're now saying
and that's the same thing that's actually the police. If you want to consider what the police is, the government gives them the authorization.
And what year did that happen?
That's when it. What you mean?
I'm asking you, what year did that happen? This is important. What year did that happen? You're saying the government deputized individuals, right?
Right.
And
we can go back to start talking about the Indians.
Mr.
We
X.
can talk about the
Mr. X.
Okay.
Mr. X. Who were the people that the government deputized? Who were they?
Are you what exactly are you talking about? Because
what are you talking about? You are telling me You were telling me that you understand the origins of policing. I'm asking
I'm
you what
saying
year.
that it was before 1890s.
Okay, give me a time. Give me something. We need something we can research. You can't say before 1890s and not give me nothing to research. I'm gonna break it down to you. I'm just trying to figure out what you know.
If you're talking about slave catching, we can stay. I mean, I don't know when the first boat
Thank
came.
you. That's it. That's all I need you to say. That's all I need you. You don't know. That's all. Listen,
No,
listen.
I'm
Now,
finna tell you
no,
exactly when the
Mr. X,
first boat came on
Mr.
the
X,
thing. Hold on.
Mr. X. This is how this works. Okay, you just told us you don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. I am tasked of having to educate the people who are listening. People need to hear the truth. They want accurate information. I don't mind what you believe or what you think. That's not the problem. The problem is now let's tell the people what the information is and how they can find it so they can do this research on their own. The issue is in our community is that we hear somebody say something and then we take it as the gospel. So what you're saying is, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're not accurate. There's a difference.
1619.
All
And you
right.
said 18.
What happened
1800.
in 1619? Because that's a very unique number. Because you're reading off of something. So what happened in 1619?
I'm saying that says they said that's the first slave ship.
Okay, but we're not talking about slave ships, sir. This is the problem.
I'm
We're
talking about
slave patrol.
you saying first slave ship. I'm saying what's the difference when you saying I'm going back
And I'm
before
saying
even the
you're
slaves.
talking in
Okay,
circles.
what you saying? I'm saying before slaves. I'm saying what they was doing to
But
the
that's not
Indians.
what we're talking
I'm
about,
saying
sir. Mr. X, that's not what
slave.
we're talking about. That's
Okay.
not what we're talking about. All right, pause.
Okay.
Now,
Pausing.
now let me speak because I'm gonna go ahead and go down what this thing is about. We had 13 colonies, right? 1619, the first slave ship came to this country.
Yeah.
What happened? The 13 colonies came to this country and they settled. They settled in what these major cities, these 13 major cities, right? What happened when these colonies landed in this country? They started to form little communities. These little communities needed people to protect them, right? They needed people to walk around and say, hey, what's going on here? What's going on there? Hey, someone stole this, someone stole that. The community leaders decided that they needed to have watchmen, people who were going to be in charge of looking after their community. Why? Because these little cities started to grow. These colonies grew into cities. They grew into larger communities. People started fighting. People started fighting and stealing and hurting and killing one another. They needed people to walk around and actually do these investigations. You started to have constables started to form out of these people, out of these watchmen. Constables had little power to do things. They're granted this by the community. They say, hey, we need people to oversee us. This is what we need. What happened? What grew out of that? What grew out of that? Shortly after you had in New York City, they said, hey, listen, instead of constables, we need actual lawmen. We need people who can enforce the law, who can start, listen, this is common law. We're going to start enforcing these laws amongst these people. Why? Because we've gotten so big. They created the first police department in New York City. The South had slaves during this time. What did they use? What did these people use to catch their slaves? They had slave catchers in the South. All right. These things are happening simultaneously. The North, New York says, okay, listen, what year is that?
We're in the 1600s now.
There you go.
1700s.
There
But
you
you're
go.
talking about 1800s now.
No, all right, listen. So here
You
we
fast
have
forward to 1800s.
here we have the situation now where you have in the South, they have slaves that are running off. They have people who volunteered to be slave patrols. These slave patrols started catching slaves, right?
They
What
were
year was that?
deputized.
What
They
year
were
was that?
deputized. I'm saying they were deputized. This is at least 1700s. That's like I mean, we in a different era now. I'm saying
No,
that's what I'm
but
saying.
it doesn't matter. We're talking about the origins. What I'm
Right.
trying to show you and the people
I'm
who are
saying
listening, what
it
I'm trying to
came
show
through it.
you, listen, we can't both talk at the same time, Mr.
Okay.
X, right? I didn't
Yeah.
say you were wrong. I said you weren't accurate. There's a difference. People need to hear the accuracy. What's happening in the South, in South Carolina, is not happening in New York. New York is the first police department, then Boston. They weren't slave people. There weren't slave patrols in New York. There weren't slave patrols in Boston. Slave patrolling started in South Carolina, started in the South. When South Carolina created their first police department, it was the slave patrol who joined the police department. That's not the origin.
You gotta define. Okay, you gotta define. Okay, you're not defining what you consider to be a police department.
What are you talking about? I just explained it. I just broke it down. Then let's define it. Do you want to define it? We can define it.
I'm saying what they did.
What you're saying is a bunch of foolishness, Mr. X. The conversation is about the origin of policing. Don't talk to me about anything else. That's not what we're talking about. Okay. You're talking about something that we're not talking about. Stay on topic. We're talking about slave patrols and how did the origins of policing become what it is today. It did not come from slave patrols.
So you can't take away a history of something and say this didn't happen because it wasn't at that name. So if that's the argument you're making, then I don't know what to say to it.
You don't have anything to say because you're not saying anything.
Okay, you saying that because it wasn't given that name, they didn't have the name of policeman, they wasn't policemen.
What I said is the slave patrol started in South Carolina. Police departments were already formed. The slave patrolmen who were slave patrols signed up to be police officers.
Okay. That's 1800s. That's 1800s. Are you saying in 1700s, they was doing that? When they were doing the slave catching, before they started doing the slave catching, they had the police force. Is that your argument?
Mr. X, I'm gonna introduce you to brother Realize TV.
I'm just asking, is that your argument that you're saying?
I already stated. You're not paying attention.
I didn't catch that part.
I bet you didn't catch it. I bet you didn't catch it. No, about 12 times. Hold on one second, Mr. X. Hold on one second. RR Realize TV. What you got for us?
Yo. If I really went into what the fuck I know, y'all would hate me because I'm gonna tell you right now, everything that you've been taught has been taught to you in reverse.
Let us have
but I need you to understand, and listen, you can debate me all day on this, but I need you guys to go and look it up for yourself. We all sit here and we talk about slavery, right? That's what he's talking about, right? I didn't bring this up. This is what he's talking about. Do you know that a lot of people that came from Africa were white, and they were the ones that were slaves?
There were white slaves.
What?
That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say.
Bro, that was
what you go? Hold on, wait a minute. Don't listen, bro. Do not listen. Do not try to fight me on this. Just go and look it up, bro. Listen, you see this? I ain't playing no games, bro. All I'm saying is, I'm gonna tell you something.
You guys,
a lot of those white people that came from Africa.
Are you talking about albino people? Or are you talking about?
Hold on. I didn't say albino. I said white. A lot of them white motherfuckers that came over here were literally from Africa. They were from Europe, and they were the fucking slaves. But go ahead, bro, because you sound like you got a lot to say.
I appreciate you, our Realize TV. I'm gonna drop you down. Listen, you guys, you gotta do your research.
I'll drop down, bro. I'll drop down.
Appreciate it. I didn't mean to cut you off. You good, brother?
No, you good. I just want to drop down there. Hey, I just wanted to come up and say that, man. Y'all need to get off that bullshit that we all. Come on, man. Fuck that.
I love that guy. I'm gonna bring my brother Dre up real quick. Dre, but Uncle.
Yo, what's going on?
How did that help you? How did that help your argument at all?
I didn't say it helped any argument. I wanted to hear what he had to say. Go ahead, this is a good friend. This is Dre, a good friend of mine. What you got on the topic, Dre, about the origin of policing?
Well, you are accurate, and actually, the label and the title of police officer started in New York. Okay, just like gangs started in New York, and the gangs initially were political gangs, which started before the Civil War. Okay, because if you remember, if you want to do your history, when immigrants coming over to Ellis Island, they were coming in. The men were coming in, separated from their wives, given uniforms, and put back on the boat and sent down to the South. Okay, so the Civil War is really more so about money than it was about slavery. It was about the South wanted to be able to monopolize and be able to make money off of their product and not have to distribute it or contribute to the federal government. And the Union was like, well, you cannot use humans as servitude. And the South was like, well, we want the right to be able to do what we want to do. That's what I was about. Okay, because if the slave patrols came after, because at the time you have more slaves that were actually, getting the gumption to leave their plantations. The slave patrols were designed to bring them back. And it wasn't patrols like they were like when we got out the academy, how we were patrolling streets. It was completely different because at the time they didn't know slaves were gone till when they got up and they did their count, and then that's when they went out there and looked for them and sent the dogs after them. So when you look at policing in New York in the 1700s, it did not look the same way as policing did in South Carolina. It's completely different. And we have to get over the fact that, and we have to understand is this is 2022. At some point, we as a race have to move forward and stop living in the past. First thing we need to do is reclaim our identity and our image. Once we do that, then we can start controlling things. But we do not control our image. We'll sell our soul and we'll sell our race out for $1. You have social media. You have Real Housewives of Atlanta, Real Hip Hop, and all this, and we acting fools. And this is what the world sees, and this is what they depict us as. You have so many Black folks that have never left their neighborhood and really don't understand what it's like to travel overseas and see what other countries see of us.
Yep.
And it's sad.
Dre, let me ask you this real quick. Why do you think, and then Mr. X, let me get you back on this as well. And I like what Mr. 44 Smile said. It's a good dude right here. He said, Nathan, I like how you told him he wasn't wrong. He's just not accurate. You guys, this is a game about accuracy. I'm not here to be right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't mind being wrong. If I misunderstood, if I misread, if I misspoke, correct me on it. That's why I said I wanted you to come up here, because I know what the history says. I know how easy it is to misconstrue. Dre, why is it that we want policing, the origin of policing, to be from slavery? Because it's not. Slave patrol started in 1700 in North and
Whoa. Who said that they wanted that to be the situation? See, that's the thing. I never said
I didn't say you said.
that.
I never
Okay.
said you said. I never said you said. I said, why do our people want the origins of policing to be from slavery? Why do you think that? Why do you think that is?
Because it gives us a villain.
Right.
It gives us a villain, and it perpetuates the mentality that the police are in the neighborhood to control us. And I have been
okay. Can I ask you one question? Just one question.
Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
I have patrolled white neighborhoods, Black neighborhoods, Hispanic neighborhoods, Asian neighborhoods, and Polish and Russian neighborhoods. Now, and you have to understand that when we were slaves, we weren't slaves by ourselves. The Asians were slaves as well. Chinese were slaves. When they were actually, the Indians and the Chinese were on the railroads. They were slaves and they were on the railroads. So what you have to understand is that if you really, really want to look at it, it was, and I mean, really, it's money. I used to tell folks that, look, racism in New York is green. It's green.
Yep.
I've seen the discrimination and I've seen white people treated worse than black folks because they don't make any money.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And what you have to understand is, and what we can't understand is that all this is financial. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're a black man with the financial capabilities of bringing in billions, trust me, rich white folks will sit down and embrace you as one of them. I'm telling you, I've seen it. But what you have to understand is it always amazes me when I introduce different things to black folks. Like, they don't understand that there are actually pens out there that once a pen costs a certain amount of money, it's no longer a pen. It's a writing instrument. Once a watch becomes costs a certain amount of money, it's no longer a watch, it's a timepiece. Things change, and these are stuff that are outside our preview because we can't afford it, so we don't know. We don't know that there's $150,000 bottle of whiskey out there. We don't know because we don't live in those worlds. You know, and what I'm trying to say is, and I just use that as a microcosm of, there's a lot that we don't know that's going on. And it's money, it's green. Okay. The biggest issue that I think personally that some white folks have with the black race is not that we are Neanderthals, it's because, like Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, if we realize that our potential will be dangerous.
Yep.
We are talented. We are intelligent. We have the ability to really be honest with you, if we stop fighting each other, to actually take over this state and control things.
Now, Dre, I'm new now. You got to slow down with that kind of talk, brother. Y'all trying to get brother banned already?
No. But what I'm saying is,
well, it's true. But the problem is, it's a very sensitive thing. People aren't ready to hear that, right?
True.
You know what I mean? And you're not wrong. You're 100% right. I mean, look what Tamikia said. Tamikia, I love her name.
Yeah.
It's a class war, not a race war, you guys. This is about money. It's about economics.
Why do you think they're fighting us so hard on reparations?
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? And the thing is, and if you really look at it, and it's not a downfall on black folks, we contribute the majority of the economy. We are spenders. We are consumers. We're not savers and we're not investors.
At all.
And if the government was smart, they will give us our money because they know we're going to put it right back into the economy.
That's what I would do. The smartest thing, I would give black people reparations and be like, you have nothing else. You have no argument after that. I would give you exactly the amount of money you asked for. And then I would walk away. Could you imagine?
Think about it.
What excuses could you have?
What's coming up in April? Tax time. How many folks are going to actually sit down there and save their tax refund, invest it, or they're going to go out there and start splurging?
Look at
and buying a bunch of stuff.
We're
not financially conscious.
Yes, and then let me say this, and I'm going to get Mr. X's statement on this. During the pandemic, and they sent that first check out here in Atlanta. You know, we're in Georgia. Our folks was in line for Jordan tennis shoes with that check. You know, and so you guys, our priorities. Mr. X, what do you got to say? Because I'm gonna shut this puppy down. I promise myself I'm not gonna do any more 6-hour streams because it was killing you, boy. I was struggling. Mr. X, what's your thoughts? What's your final thoughts on this thing?
Okay, you said the Chinese was the slaves too. I agree with that. I disagree with what you said prior to that. The other stuff you're talking about, I already said I'm not United States. I don't know how y'all making the argument that y'all say y'all can take over the United States and y'all live in the United States. I think it's several leaders that said y'all can't take over something like that. They even teamed up with a group called the KKK, if y'all didn't hear about them, about getting people outside the United States. And just in case y'all didn't hear about them.
Nah, we missed them, bro. We don't know where. I ain't seen them. Dre, you seen them?
So I'm just saying it's not I don't think it's possible that y'all trying to make this argument saying that y'all can actually take over something in the United States and live in the United States with underneath another government.
No, you misinterpreted what he was saying. That's all that is. You just misinterpreted and you lack the imagination.
Here we go with this again. I misinterpreted.
No.
Go ahead,
listen, you didn't hear when he said you're misinterpreting what I said. Is what I said was I didn't say we can take over. I said Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, if we realize our potential will be dangerous, if we was more financial conscious and more financial literate and understand the power of the dollar, instead of sitting up there canceling everybody, we can withhold our dollars. We can control businesses through our dollars. Okay. And you always got to follow the money. Black people are financially powerful. We invest and we put more money into the economy than anybody else. If we stop fighting each other and start considering each other as enemies and start working together, you know what I'm saying? If you have a family that's disrespected at a restaurant, instead of patronizing that restaurant, we could pull our money out. Why do we have to fight for their respect and fight for a good service? No, I'm just pulling my money out of your business. Yep. What do you think the bus boycott was? Yep. They pulled their money from the bus, and the buses were losing money. So when I say that we can control things, it's because we are always spenders. We're not
$1 trillion we contribute. Correct. A year, wasn't it? Isn't it $1 trillion yes. we spend a year?
Yes.
Man, please.
That's why we don't have generational wealth, because we're not saving, we're spending. Right. And at the end of the day, we have absolutely nothing to show for it.
And we own nothing. We own nothing. We're not even in these institutions that we're complaining about. You know, someone made a statement about why we're filling up these prisons. We're 38% of the prison population, but we're not 38% of the attorney population in this country. 5% of African Americans make up attorneys in this country, according to the American Bar Association. But 38% of Black people are in prisons. There's more Black people going through the court process as defendants than we are actually coming in there as employees. This is the problem. We're not in anything. We don't have our hand in anything that's substantial or significant.
Matter of fact, Mr. X, I'm gonna tell you like this.
Hold on,
Mr. X. I know a bunch of attorneys, Black attorneys, that have became judges. Okay, but you know what the problem is? There's not enough Black attorneys replacing them. So we have Black judges, we have Black attorneys that are out there defending us or prosecuting, that are now judges. But there's no Black attorneys that are in the public defender's office, that are in the whether they're the DA's office or the Solicitor General's office. We don't have enough of Black attorneys. You know what I'm saying? DeKalb County is a Black county. You have a lot of Black attorneys, but even still, that's not enough. So we need more lawyers. We need more attorneys. We need more Black. We need to be at the table, and that's the problem. We're not at the table when these decisions are being made.
Facts.
Okay, that's what the problem is. We got to stop complaining. And I mean, for some of us old folks, it's kind of late for us, but we have children. We need to be encouraging them. We can't be a product of our circumstances. We have to rise above it and support our kids and show them that there's a better way and put them in the best situation so they can succeed. Okay,
you can't do that in the United States.
What country are you in, Mr. X? What country are you in?
I'm between. It's a thing where where it's a digital nomad. When you become a programmer, you program stuff.
Yeah, you can go anywhere you want. But where are you?
You go where you want to go.
Well, where are you though?
Right now, I'm in Europe.
Okay.
Yeah, in like a month, I'm gonna be in Thailand.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. X, me and you gonna have to chop it up. You sent me that email.
I tried to send y'all a link. Now I'm telling you, it's a 3-bedroom pool. Everything for $300 in Thailand. I don't know why people want to sit in the United States, get beat up, complain about it. I think something's gonna change.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna leave you guys with this. Mr. X, send me an email because I want to talk to you about some things, and we're gonna have more conversation. I don't run from conversation. I don't run from any of that stuff, but we're gonna chop it up some more. Listen. Yeah. What is he saying? The three major M's in this country, one of our greatest leaders in this country, in Black America, and America in general, Martin. What did Martin say? Martin said, listen, can we all just get along? Martin said, can we get along? Don't judge me by the color of my skin. Judge me by the content of my character. He's absolutely right. Martin was right. It stays true to this day. I think that's the most genius thing anybody can say. But then, you know, they played Martin. Look how they did Martin. He got us a bus boycotts. He showed people how powerful the black dollar was. He showed people that the dollar was more important than racism. You know what I mean? Do you hate me more than you hate this dollar bill? What else did he show? But then Martin said this, right? This M squared. M number 2, Martin. Malcolm. M number 2 is Malcolm. Malcolm was of the Nation of Islam. He said, listen, you guys, I hear what Martin is saying. He wants all of us to get along. Malcolm's like, man, we can't get along. We need to have our own stuff. It ain't gonna work, you guys. We need to have our own stuff. We need to stay separate, but equal. We can be equal and not have to share. We don't need it. We have our own. We need our own. There's power in ownership. Malcolm said that. But then there's M cubed, the third M. Who was that? Marcus
Garvey.
What did big up to Marcus. You know, that's a Yachty, right? It's a Jamaican. What did Marcus say? Marcus said, damn what Martin and Malcolm talking about. He said, damn what Martin talking about. Martin don't know what he talking about. Malcolm's right. But Malcolm's not where I'm at right now. What did Marcus say? Marcus said, listen, it's not about getting along. And it's not about having your own. Y'all need to get the hell on. That's what Marcus said. Marcus said, I understand the nature of power of the people in this country, the real problem in the country is not your everyday white people you're looking at. White people are not the problem, you guys. It's the people who have all the power, the real power. The people you'll never come in contact with.
You know what, Daly? I'm gonna tell you the one thing, and this is what's crazy. What folks didn't understand, and you do your history. Poor white folks and poor black folks used to buy together.
They were right here,
like this in a line.
Right here.
But it was the rich white folks that were going down and telling the poor white folks that all the poor white black folks were taking their jobs.
Correct.
They were taking their jobs. They were taking their women, and that's where the issue came from. That's where the divide came from.
Yep.
I look like you. We need to stick together. They're taking everything.
Yep.
And that's not, and that's it, and that's where the disconnect. We have to know what's going on.
Yeah. Because they pin. Listen, the poor whites and poor blacks are in the Jewish now.
Yeah.
Let's not people forget about the Jewish people were, and the black folks were buddies. We're buddies. And then what happened? Listen, the ghetto. Where did the word the ghetto came from? That was a Jewish neighborhood. Mm-hmm. Now it's what we call the black neighborhoods. Listen, you guys, it's deeper than what you guys think. Division is powerful. Division is what's killing us. And so, I'm not trying to be a target, so I'm not going to talk about unifying, but I'm just going to tell you what the history said, right? Marcus said, get the hell out of here. He said, get on. Listen, he said, stop it, you guys. Y'all are playing. What did he see? What did he see that Martin and Malcolm didn't see? I'm going to leave you guys with that because there's too much black power talk for one string. Y'all gonna have them flagging my account. Listen, at the end of the day, you guys, white people are not our enemy. We have to love everybody. Treat people based on how they treat you. If a person's character shows that they're untrustworthy and have no integrity, then remove them to the side. I don't care what color they look like. Stop, as a black community, to stop looking at white people like they're their enemy. They're not. They're not. A rich, wealthy person is probably more of your enemy than the everyday person you come in contact with. The real enemy, the people pulling these strings, you guys, you'll never see them. You don't even know what they look like. They probably look like you. So you guys, I'm gonna shut this thing down. Dre, I appreciate you, brother, again for your wisdom. All right. You guys, I don't know what it is about these conversations we have on this channel. We always get off topic. We always get off topic. And they started off talking about the The sentencing. Listen, the McMichaels got what they deserve. William Ryder Broughton got what they deserve. They got what they deserved, you guys. People are tired of seeing this type of stuff. You can't take law in your own hands. Earlier when we started this conversation, it was about conditioning. How do we have these grown adults make such horrible decisions? It's conditioning. You don't see Black people as a person of value. You don't see Black skin as valuable. Would they have done that to someone who was white? Would they have done it to a woman? Absolutely not. So, conditioning. Where does this, how do we fix it? Education. We have to start educating people. You can't legislate love. You can't force people to love each other. I don't care about a racist. I don't care about any of that stuff. You can be racist. You're free to be who you want to be. Don't put your hands on me. Keep your hands to yourself. Mind your damn business. Call 911. That's their job. Right? That's the moral of the story. That's the moral of the story. Thank you so much for the super chat. Miss Eds. What did she say? Absolute awesome live stream, Nathan. And awesome panel callers, all of them. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much, Friendsgiving. Thank you so much, LaMonica, you guys who have donated to this stream. You guys, I know we're all over the place, but these are conversations that we need to have. These are conversations. Thank you so much to my moderators. You guys are amazing. I couldn't have done this without you. I'm getting better at this. I'm getting better at this, monitoring and keeping up with the chats. Listen, you guys, don't feel uncomfortable coming up. I appreciate all the panel guests who came up and had a conversation with me. I really appreciate it. My plan is to do this once a week, you guys. I'm still trying to get the rust off. Again, Happy New Year's to everyone, those who have come and enjoyed. I hope that you learned something. I hope that you enjoyed the conversation. We're going to have more conversations. I told you guys in the beginning when I started this channel, we're going to have uncomfortable conversations. This is a diverse group of people, a diverse age group. As you see, everybody's coming and sharing. I love the wisdom. And shout out to Mr. X. He wasn't wrong in what he was saying. I understand where he was coming from, but we have to start giving our people accurate information, because the slightest misplace of a word, the wrong framing of a sentence of a sentence can actually change the entire meaning. Shout out to Mr. X. He talking about Thailand is cheap. You guys, listen. It's a big world out here. And when you start traveling more, you start to see that your problems are only really American problems and not really any problems at all. We have to start expanding ourselves and learning that there are people who have it 100 times worse than what you got. And you come back here and you end up loving this country a lot more. We need to get out. Some people never even leave the state that they live in. Some people never been on planes, you guys. Some people never been out of their little communities. That's the problem. Some people are still living in 1820. That's the problem. And you raise your kids under that same mentality and they grow up to be a McMichael. All right. Anyways, you guys, listen, thank you so much. I'm so happy that you guys came and showed up. I really appreciate the support, you guys. And with that, allow these truths to find you where these lies have left you. Because we know this is the biggest problem. Right? Holla at me, guys. Stay tuned for the next video. And with that, good night and God bless.